In my hood, you hear sirens and semis pop. Judah keep vexing Ephraim. When will the envy stop? No love for any cops. That's what got Kenny shot. Y'all drinking Henny shots. I'm investing in penny stocks. They give me props. Rapping, teaching, debating, unity. While Satan trying to weaken the nation. Cops in my community kill us with every opportunity. No justice or peace. The police get immunity. Look, rubber bullets and riot tools when they gear up. Asking where the love went, cause judgment is near us. And kids rather pour up a foe and sip the syrup than learn about how the black Moors ruled in Europe. We divided by economic material schism. My people are serial victims of imperialism. I tell the truth in the booth, boy, my pen no lie. They love the Hebrew Israelites. Ask the NOI. Let's pray. I pray. Abba, how will rise. I pray for your grace and everything that you shall provide. I pray every day that you teach me how to strive to put my trust in you, because in you is where the power lies. My people are dead and pumped will come out of hide. I pray every day, no excuses or alibis. I pray that every last one of these cowards die. I pray all of this in the name of Yahweh Shai. Can't feed the flesh, don't need the stress, so I fast and I rest instead. Cold sweats in the bath, trying to grasp. I sat in bed. In my dream, I had a twin. He stabbed me to death and fled. Visions of a pale horse and a dragon with 7 heads. Vagabond Babylon being watched by the Lord. Can't even stop by the store, cause on my block it's a war. Jehovah Witnesses don't even knock at my door, cause they know they false doctrine will get chopped by my sword. Yeah, I'm with the lyrical or the spiritual murder play. I see some ravenous wolves leading the herd astray. My homie's mom's a tweaker, I watch him serve a yay. I'm numb to this game and the pain. I'm an inverted. When the Messiah comes serve, we gon' witness the sun purge. He coming back to judge every idle and dumb word. My team always moving in silence, we unheard. The elite wanna converge on the elect and the 1/3. I pray, Abba, how will rise. I pray for your grace and everything that you shall provide. I pray every day that you teach me how to strive to put my trust in you, because in you is where the power lies. My people are dead and pumped will come out of hide. I pray every day, no excuses or alibis. I pray that every last one of these cowards die. I pray all of this in the name of Yahweh.
Shalom. Hello, everybody. It's PhoenixKnightV2 here. And today we're exposing celebrities today. Yes, celebrities from HollyWood. And the first one we're going to expose is, I don't care, Taylor Swift. We're going to expose her and many other celebrities. And if people don't like the truth, what she's really done for so many years, that doesn't mean anything. The truth's going to come out to people who are fans of these celebrities. And they're not going to like the message. I don't care if they like the message. You don't have to like the message. It's a fact that the matter is, y'all worship these celebrities. You worship them. So the truth's coming out here. If people don't like it, well, you know those singles I say? Kick rocks. So hold on for 1 second. All right, we're going to expose Taylor Swift, folks. So here we go. Taylor Swift is going to get exposed. She is. People can take it how they ever they want, but it's not to be on a celebrity I go out there. But to people who are fans of Taylor Swift and other celebrities, I think you're going to change your tune when you find out the real truth. You're about to change your tune. You're literally going to change your tune. So let's go and show this video. Not only about Taylor Swift, of course, but I'm gonna show two videos about Taylor Swift. This could be two videos about her. And then we're gonna move on to the other ones.
I can show you how to get the Swift.
Hey guys, Colin here, and welcome back to Fight for Truth, the channel where we bring you Christian commentary about the things that matter. In today's video, we're going to be talking about Taylor Swift's shocking admission. For context, Taylor Swift has very often refrained from commenting on hot-button, controversial issues for obvious reasons. After all, she has one of the largest audiences in the world, and of course, she doesn't want to divide her share of the market. But most people have assumed that she was at the very least moderate when it came to politics and things of that nature. Of course, we all know that show business is a cesspool of debauchery. But on the other hand, Taylor grew up in a two-parent household in Tennessee, a very traditionally conservative Christian state. But in a recent video that resurfaced from 2018, all the rumors were put to bed. Taylor Swift has finally admitted that she is, in fact, a Christian? Yes, that's right. In this video, Taylor is talking with her mom and her dad and a few other people. The comments she makes are about Republican Donald Trump and Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee. Watch this.
We've not got involved with politics or religion.
Yeah, but this is on the home front.
Bob Hope and
First
Dave
of all,
Crosby.
these aren't your dad's celebrities and these aren't your dad's Republicans.
And imagine if we came to you and said, hey, we've got this idea that we could halve the number of people that come to you next tour.
And the other thing, just from a security
So you
standpoint,
think people-
Taylor Swift comes out against Trump.
I don't care if they write that. I'm sad that I didn't 2 years ago, but I can't change that. I'm saying right now that this is something that I know is right, and you guys, I need to be on the right side of history. And if he doesn't win, then at least I tried.
So essentially, Taylor wants to publicly oppose these conservatives. But her father and another man, who I suppose is her manager, they're concerned with both her safety and how this will affect her audience's size. But she won't budge. In fact, she's very sad that she hasn't publicly denounced Trump before. And she's insistent that doing so now would put her on, quote, the right side of history. And she doesn't care about money or fame because Taylor Swift is willing to be the sacrificial lamb, the one to fall on her sword, to stand up for what is good and right and true. She's a warrior for Christian values. And as she goes on, she gets even more emotional. At one point, she's on the verge of tears, but at the end, she makes a shocking statement. Watch this.
It really is a big deal to me. She votes against fair pay for women. She votes against the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act, which is just basically protecting us from domestic abuse and stalking. She thinks that if you're a gay couple, or even if you look like a gay couple, you should be allowed to be kicked out of a restaurant. It's really basic human rights, and it's right and wrong at this point. And I can't see another commercial and see her disguising these policies behind the words Tennessee Christian values. Those aren't Tennessee Christian values. I live in Tennessee. I am Christian. That's not what we stand for.
So you see, with a quivering and passionate voice, Taylor says that she must come out opposing Tennessee Republican Marsha Blackburn. Why? Well, because she opposes fair pay for women, and she thinks that it's okay for a private business owner to refuse service to a gay couple. Let's deal with that briefly. First off, the wage gap is a myth that has been debunked so many times, I would put it on par with the existence of unicorns and leprechauns. The fact is, when you adjust for factors like hours worked and what career field you choose, the wage gap between men and women basically disappears. Call me crazy, but I think what your job is and how many hours you work should probably be considered when deciding how much you get paid. But that's just my misogyny showing, isn't it? Despite being the defender of Christian values that she is, Taylor has seemingly forgotten that according to scripture, quote, the laborer deserves his wages, 1 Timothy 5:18. And secondly, let's suppose that a local Christian owns a restaurant and has an establishment that he considers family friendly. If a gay couple walks in holding hands in front of the families and children who are eating, there is absolutely nothing unbiblical, nothing unchristlike about that owner refusing service to them. He is trying to protect the innocence of children and the moral atmosphere of his establishment. You see, Jesus himself says that anyone who causes little children to stumble into sin would be better off with a millstone around their neck being drowned in the depths of the sea. Matthew 18:6. But something tells me Taylor Swift hasn't read that verse in quite some time. But you see, most of all, Taylor is disgusted at the fact that this could all be done in the name of Tennessee Christian values, because she is herself from Tennessee, and according to her, also a serious Christian. So again, Taylor is presenting herself as a virtuous and passionate woman, one who can't stand to see Christian values being trampled upon. But let's see how that applies to her views on other topics. For example, what does Taylor Swift, the courageous defender of biblical values that she is, think about the LGBT movement? Here's what she said in an interview with Vogue magazine, quote, rights are being stripped from basically everyone who isn't a straight, white, cisgender male. Is there any proof offered for this statement? Of course not. She's famous. Why on earth would she need to care about trivial things like offering evidence? When asked about her views in the past, here's what she said, quote, I can imagine what my fans in the LGBTQ community must be thinking. It was kind of devastating to realize that I hadn't been publicly clear about that, end quote. But you see, if her views were not clear previously, they certainly are now. Here's an interview that Taylor had where she talks about this topic. Watch this.
You're gonna say we can't. We're gonna act how we want, love who we want, be who we want, say what we want. And so I was very inspired with this album. You'll hear like flickers and hints of 80s.
And it's kind of a love letter to the place you now call home, the Big Apple. And some are actually calling this song an equality anthem because of the following lyrics. Let me read them. Quote, and you can want who you want, boys and girls and girls. Tell us what inspired this song.
Well, the song is inspired by what I love about New York, which is just kind of there's a freedom to, and there's a celebration of being unique.
So Taylor speaks positively about how unique and special it is to be LGBT. And if all that wasn't enough, her music video for a song entitled, quote, You Need to Calm Down, had several LGBT activists in it as she sings lyrics like this one, quote, and you control your urges to scream about all the people you hate because shade never made anybody less gay, end quote. And of course, the video intentionally paints anti-LGBT advocates as backwards, ignorant hillbillies who are just a bunch of bigots. So, believe it or not, Taylor Swift, ever the staunch defender of Christian values that she is, she hates the inconsistency that she sees in Republican politicians, ones who claim to be Christians while contradicting biblical values. Yet at the same time, she herself seems to have forgotten what Christian values are about marriage, family, and sexuality. For instance, Romans 1 says that homosexuality is a sin, and an unnatural one at that. Do you see the irony here? And that's not all. Let's see what Taylor Swift had to say about unaliving babies. Hopefully you know what I'm talking about. When the law regarding unaliving babies was overturned recently, Taylor took to Twitter and said the following, quote, I'm absolutely terrified that this is where we are, that after so many decades of people fighting for women's rights to their own bodies, today's decision has stripped us of that, end quote. So again, Taylor Swift, the protector of Christendom, seems to have forgotten what the Bible teaches about killing people. This is pretty basic Sunday school stuff. Exodus 20 verse 13, quote, you shall not murder. So what's my point here? Well, my point is that Taylor Swift can be seen literally crying about her Christian values. That's how passionate and sincere she claims to be. She wants you to think of her as a real Christian, full of love towards everyone, full of biblical values. But emotions and self-described good intentions don't make your position correct. And crying doesn't make your worldview biblical. Taylor Swift is not a Christian at all. In fact, while she calls others out for being unbiblical, she herself is promoting a demonic, regressive agenda that the devil himself would be proud of. Now, I want to be clear and consistent. Every Christian is a hypocrite in some way, including me. We all fall short of the values we want to align with. That's why we have to ask for forgiveness continually. 1 John 1:9. But this is different. What Taylor Swift is advocating for here is outright enmity with the mission of God and of his church. In a word, it's anti-Christianity. And the fact that she calls herself a Christian shows how incredibly deluded she really is. And it's extremely concerning that many young professing Christians in America think that she's a good influencer to follow. My advice to Christians is this: don't fall for it. Don't let the emotional platitudes fool you. Now more than ever, we need to stand up for real Christian values in the face of modern culture. I pray this has been a blessing to you. And please know this video isn't meant as a sinful attack, but rather as a biblical critique. Pray for this channel and for anyone.
Okay, for one, this channel did not expose what I wanted to expose. Oh, indeed, big boy, indeed. This is not what I was looking for. This did not expose up the what she admitted years ago. So I'm also put it out there, but I'm gonna show it. Taylor Swift admits that she sold her soul years ago. And a lot of people who are fans of her are delusional, don't see the symbolism, that she's part of the shadow government, the secret society. I'll see it. She's part of the Illuminati. But that's not the only celebrity that's a part of it. No, she's not the only one. There's plenty of them who sold out years ago. So for people who are fans of Taylor Swift, she's a damn witch. If you're that delusional, like you can't see the bullshit through her, she's a fucking witch. She's not a Christian. She's a witch. She's a witch. She's no different from Beyonce or Rihanna. None of them. But yeah, we're going to get to a channel who actually exposed more of this. Because that channel did not expose what I wanted to expose. Instead, it just did the complete opposite. And that's what annoys me. So I'm going to go to a channel, that does expose things. And we're going to go straight to that channel. Because that channel right there, all it is talk, and then show what she does. None of that. So that's not what I was looking for. So we're going to go to this channel who actually does expose what she does, because I've been trying to find videos, one of those videos, of course, about her, but it's hard to find it, So yeah, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna show it. Oh, Taylor Swift. Me, other celebrities, because truth's gonna come out, people like it or not, regardless. All those celebrities in Hollywood are puppets. They're all puppets. But I'm going to continue to show more evidence because that was not the type of video I was looking for. Nope. But I'm going to show some more truth. Don't worry. I mean, that was a little bit of truth, but not the type of truth that I was looking for. No. So where is that video? I know it's here. Should have been on the channel. Should be here, but I don't see it. I do not see it. I know it's there, but I don't see it. Well, we're gonna go to another celebrity. We're gonna go to another one, and we'll get back to Taylor Swift. We'll get back to her. We will, but we're about to go to somebody else. We're going to go to Lil Nas X. Oh, indeed. Well, Taylor Swift is a witch. She's a witch. That's all Taylor Swift is. She's a witch. So we're gonna go to Lil Nas. Actually, you know what? We're going to go to Will Smith. It did Lil Nas X.
Have you been suffering from the after effects of a car crash? The good news is you're still entitled to.
Hey guys, I hope all is well. Welcome back to the Truth Talk podcast. I'm back here with D.
Hi, everybody. I hope you guys are having a great day.
In today's episode, we're going to be talking about Will Smith's dark past being exposed. Let's get right into it. Will Smith is one of the biggest movie stars to ever grace the big screen. Known for massive roles in ultra-successful movies like Independence Day, Pursuit of Happiness, Hancock, and Men in Black. He is also known for his mega-hit sitcom The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the show that launched his acting career, a show that many grew up watching. There is no doubt in anyone's mind that Smith is a legendary actor, but being in Hollywood for so long almost always leads to corruption of the soul. This is exactly what we have seen with Will Smith. Hollywood is the closest place to hell on earth. The things that these celebrities have to do for a taste of fame are unbelievable. So just imagine what a man like Will had to do to have such a massive career. It is alleged that Will paid a dark price for his success, something all too common in the world of Hollywood. While Will Smith is a massive success in today's world, back before The Fresh Prince, he was an artist that was starting to fall off. According to Will himself, before The Fresh Prince, even though he was a successful rapper, he still was struggling financially. He did make a lot of money in the music industry, but he spent all his money on luxurious items and then dropped an album that ended up flopping. After this, he ended up owing the IRS money for unpaid taxes. During these days, Smith was in a tough spot and needed a big opportunity to save his career. Back then, Will was quoted saying, "We released our next album and it was like a flop. It was a tragedy. It went like double plastic. I had spent all my money and I didn't forget, but I didn't pay the IRS. In my mind, I wasn't trying to avoid taxes. I was just like, damn, they need their money. The IRS took all that stuff. So I was like broke. Being famous and broke is a messed up combination because you're still famous and people still recognize you, but they recognize you while you're sitting next to them on the bus." Will Smith was going through it. He was famous but broke and owed back taxes, a recipe for disaster. All this would change one night when he met Benny Medina, the creator of The Fresh Prince show, who was in the middle of trying to get the show greenlit. Will and Benny hit it off, and Will would end up being invited to Quincy Jones' birthday party. Quincy Jones was the man who would be able to greenlight The Fresh Prince show, as he was the executive with that power. At this private Hollywood party for celebrities and top executives is where Will Smith's life changed forever, but it is rumored it was at a very dark price. According to Will, when Benny introduced him to Quincy, he was excited to meet him since he was a big fan. The moment he saw Will, he cleared out the party and told him to audition for the Fresh Prince role right there and then at the party. Will did just that and earned the role right on the spot. But it is rumored that Will did way more than just audition for his role. It is believed this is when Will was initiated and he had to please Quincy Jones to be able to get this role. It is actually alleged by many in the industry that not only did Quincy turn Will gay, but that he also did the same to Tupac. But that's a different story for another day. For the longest, this all remained just an industry rumor like many others. What makes things even more disturbing is that Benny Medina, who is now a big-time music and Hollywood manager, and the very man who introduced Will to Quincy, himself was accused of R-wording two men. One man that pressed charges against him back in 2004, but actually passed away suspiciously after filing the charges, making the DA drop the charges before things got serious. Another man by the name of Jason Dotley also accused Benny of R-wording him back in 2008 at a Hollywood mansion party. According to Dotley, he met Medina on the day the alleged incident occurred, around late December 2008, when he was staying at the Abbey in West Hollywood. Medina approached him and started making conversation, ultimately inviting him to his house. At this house, Dotley claims Medina grabbed him and pushed him to the bed, telling him he was going to be his. According to Dotley, he pleaded to let him go as he was married. Medina was the man that gave Will his second chance, the man who made Will a star again when he was on the way out. Looking at pictures of the two, you see how Medina seemed way too interested in Will, and I wouldn't be surprised if Medina made Will do some things he didn't want to do to get him that role. But with the recent information that was revealed about Will Smith, seems to change everything. A couple days back, a man claiming to be Will Smith's former personal assistant made some shocking claims on the Tasha K podcast. According to this man who worked for Smith for years, Will Smith is a secret gay man. He claims that he walked in on Will and another actor, Dwayne Martin. According to this man, he claims that both Will and Dwayne were doing the deed, claiming he saw Will Smith receiving love from Dwayne.
Instagram.
Mhm.
You see the hundreds of celebrities that I've done business with, you know, and things with. And during the latter years of our relationship, Will was not my friend. I was his friend. I could tell you what goes on the inside. Everybody else is just speculation. And then I saw acts that when I walked in on.
Who'd you walk in on?
Him and Dwayne Martin. Door to Dwayne's dressing room, and that's when I see Dwayne and having sex with Will. There was a couch, and Will was bent over on the couch, and Dwayne was standing up, killing, like murder. It was there.
These allegations shocked all who heard them, as they weren't expecting that. Will and Jada both denied the allegations, but people aren't convinced with their responses. Now, it was already rumored that Will was into men for the longest on the down low, but this interview just seems to confirm it. To me, this explains Will Smith and Jada's open relationship and why Jada often embarrasses Will Smith. Some people also think that this is the reason Will doesn't leave Jada after all the embarrassment she causes, because she knows all of his dark secrets. Now, I myself believe these rumors are more than likely true, and Quincy really turned Will out at that party. What all this seems to confirm to me is that Will is truly the one behind his children's gender-bending image. If you take a look at Will and Jada's kids, Jaden and Willow Smith, you see exactly what I mean. First, Will and Jada named their kids after them, but instead of naming their son after Will, they named him after Jada and named his daughter after Will. This is obvious proof of the inversion from the very beginning. Then if we look at these two siblings, we notice that Willow is usually dressed as a boy, while Jaden can often be seen dressed as a girl. This is obviously done to push the Lil Nas X agenda. Will seems to have sold his children to Hollywood so they can be used to push the destructive agendas. Will Smith definitely took the oath. He has been showing signs of this his entire career. We can find Will doing the one-eye symbolism on many occasions. We can also see him doing the Masonic hidden hand pose early in his career, which points to him being a master Mason. He even did this pose during the Oscars where he attacked Chris Rock. Will and his family are obviously being used to push very destructive agendas. This is why they are so successful. Will and Jada are also being used to destroy the values of marriage. The sick people who run our world want to redesign God's holy marriage, corrupting and turning it into a joke. Just like we saw Adam and Lena do, get married just to disrespect God. And those were Adam words, not mine.
My wife don't believe in God and we got married. Seems like that's kind of confusing to some people.
For business strat. That's why you guys got married.
No, because we wanted to celebrate.
You guys talked about it when you got married. You guys talked about, hey, imagine destroy the sanctity of the Bible. That was a satanic demoralization, alchemic ritual.
I like the way that you're thinking. Because yeah, I don't believe in God. Maybe what better way to spit in the face of God? Better way to spit in the face of God than to get married.
Well, hold on.
And then let her a large man.
Adam 22 literally has a show right now where he has men competing for a chance to sleep with his wife. You think this is done just for content? No. Adam is being instructed to push agendas through his platform. This and the gang agenda is what Adam is obviously pushing. It's the same with Will and Jada, who publicly air their disturbing ways out for the masses to see, and they're often trying to justify it. Right in front of us, they're reshaping God's given morals. This family is nothing but a bunch of sellouts. So am I truly surprised that Will got exposed by his assistant for doing these strange activities? Not at all. This is the same price of fame we saw Diddy had to go through, the same doors, and they paid the same price. Now, Diddy is going around doing the same to others, and that speaks for itself. I know most people heard this story and they instantly started laughing because people thought it was funny, but this is actually a serious situation. This is what goes on behind the scenes. All of these actors are made to do the same thing. If it's not them wearing a dress or doing a scene that they feel uncomfortable with another guy in a movie, it's doing private party activities like Will Smith did, like P. Diddy does. This is what the industry is truly about. Jada Pinkett was obviously a cover-up for Will Smith, and many people already believe this. You know, they think that Will Smith only got with Jada to hide the fact that he was into men. And many people do this in the industry. They do things like this behind the scenes and joke about it in front of everybody, and no one even realizes it.
That is a man hand. That's a man hand. Hey, the pressure changed, do y'all? Only a man knows what a man needs.
Yeah, this is all very sad if you ask me. And I highly believe that all of this is connected to Will Smith being associated with the Church of Scientology. You even spoke about the Church of Scientology and how it's built off of Crowley's beliefs. The whole do what thy wilt ideology is being pushed through Scientology. And then you have Will trying to deny that he's even connected to Scientology even though he attends their meetings and even opened up a whole school that was teaching Scientology in their curriculum. Eventually, he would get busted for this, and they actually made him close the school down. I'm pretty sure, just like they did with Tom Cruise and his ex-wife, Katie Holmes, they are doing the same exact thing with Will Smith and Jada.
Exactly. Will Smith is connected to the Church of Scientology, and we know how the Church of Scientology works. You're not just a member of the church when you're in the church. You're a member of the church in and out of it, and they take full control of your life. We've already seen it with so many people, like Tom Cruise. Like you said, Tom Cruise is a perfect example. Tom Cruise is open about his involvement in the church, while Will Smith tries to hide it, even though, like you said, he's over here making schools that are pushing this ideology. Everything that Will Smith does ties back to the Church of Scientology's ideology because it comes directly from Aleister Crowley. L. Ron Hubbard was actually a devout follower of Crowley and based his entire religion off the ideology he learned from Crowley's teachings. So, of course, I believe they have a hand in this marriage. I believe they're the ones making this marriage act the way they do. They're pushing the same do it that will agenda, the same Age of Horus agenda that many other occultists are doing within Hollywood. This is why so many people that are in Hollywood run to the Church of Scientology, because it's a cult that doesn't have to hide. They have unlimited power and can get anything done. What they believe in is what this church teaches. So why not join that church and openly practice what they're into without raising any suspicions? This explains it all to me, including the kids and everything that they're going through. I'm pretty sure the church has a hand in with the kids as well.
Definitely. And I think it's sad that Will, just like every other celebrity in Hollywood, has chosen to indoctrinate his children into this at such a young age. It's obvious that he's making his kids dress and act this way. But if he didn't, and for some reason they just chose this image on their own, that all just goes to show what they're being exposed to in that household. Just imagine what these children are seeing. Sadly, this is just another example of children being sacrificed to Hollywood. And I just want to backtrack just a little bit because even if it's not Will influencing his children to act and dress this way, it's what they're being around in the teachings that they are seeing every single day. Obviously, we know Thelema is a thing that they are practicing, and this shows clearly that they are a part of this. They let their kids do what they want. These children dress how they want. They act how they want. That is the message that Aleister Crowley was trying to spread. But it's obvious that they are the ones pushing this on their kids, especially when Willow had mentioned that she wanted to have 2 boyfriends at one time, and her mother didn't even blink an eye to this. A woman who should have sat her daughter down and had a conversation with her about this didn't even say anything, but instead encouraged her to do so. Even that one incident where Willow, at 12 or 13, was laying in the same bed with Rico, the actor from Hannah Montana, who was about in his 20s at the time, she had no problem with that as well.
Yeah, Jada's definitely acting like a handler for her child. Like, she's teaching her daughter how to behave in Hollywood. And it's interesting because Jada herself said that she doesn't respect marriage, that she never wanted to get married. She only married Will because Will told her to marry her, and that she doesn't believe in marriage. This is the agenda that they're using this woman to push. They want everyone acting like this. They want everyone to not value marriage and not respect God and to just sleep around and to do what thou wilt and to follow your will. This is the things that they're pushing. And you can see it all over mainstream, all over how these celebrities behave and how they act and what they teach and how they tell you to accept everything. This is what the do what thou wilt generation looks like. This is the Age of Horus that we're living in. Even the situation with Jada and August Alsina shows you what this is all about. She publicly humiliated Will Smith, and everybody thought that Will Smith was just being made a joke of and all this, but Will Smith doesn't care because this is what they're being used to push. This is exactly the image that they want out there. They want a man that's just willing to let his wife sleep around, and they want a woman who's willing to accept that her man might be into men and women. This is what they're trying to create the new world to be. And you can see that it's even being pushed down to their kids. Their kids are pushing this agenda. Their kids are the new ones trying to make this acceptable. This might all look chaotic and might look like a bunch of nonsense, but this is a well-orchestrated plan. And I believe the Church of Scientology and the Freemasons are behind it.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty obvious here that Quincy Jones himself is another gatekeeper, just like Clive Davis. I'm pretty sure Quincy Jones made Will Smith do the things that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, there's a lot of rumors of Quincy Jones if you just look it up. And they're going to remain rumors because nobody's going to want to back this up and end up in trouble with men like Quincy Jones or even like Clive Davis because they know the consequence. We all saw what happened to Whitney Houston and Clive Davis situation. And we know that Quincy Jones have similar power. This is how the industry works. Will being exposed by his assistant, to me, validates all of the claims that Will is into men and all of this, even if he denies it. What purpose will his assistant have to come and expose Will? Doing this is going to make sure he never has a career in Hollywood ever again. He did this to expose the truth, and he probably seen way more than this, but is making it clear that he spoke out on Will just in case anything happens to him so people can trace it back to him. But it's been an interesting year as we've been seeing so many celebrities being exposed for their dark past. Not that long ago, we saw Akon being exposed by Suge Knight. Then we saw Diddy being exposed with the Keefe D situation. Then we saw Diddy being exposed with Cassie. We also saw Charlamagne the God get exposed by Funk Flex. This seems to be the year that these celebrities are being exposed. And it's not like it's doing anything to their career because these people are still successful, they're still making money, and nothing is happening to them. They're still doing their thing. But that's it for this episode. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for stopping.
Oh, y'all got a clear understanding of that. Now, the next video we're going to expose is Taylor Swift and Ice Spice, and then Lil Nas X and Beyonce. And Eminem, yes. Unfortunately, yes. We're going to expose Eminem too. That's right. We're going to expose him too. HollyWood is toxic place. Yep. Correct me, boy. You're 100% correct. Yes. If y'all said thoughts like saying, you're gonna dislike Taylor Swift and all of them, well, you're gonna find out some more evil, disgusting stuff about them. This is just a tip of the iceberg, which you're just finding out. This is just a tip. Basically, I'm about to show y'all about Ice Spice and Taylor Swift, and we go Lil Nas X and so forth, so forth. Now, be realistic. If people unfollow this channel because I'm exposed to their celebrities, well, guess what? You are a sheep. You try to say there ain't nothing wrong with them. Actually, no, there's plenty wrong with them. If you can't see right through their nonsense, but they doing for so many years, it's not me. It's not me exactly. That's a you problem. And some folks say who look up to these celebrities thinking they're, this and that. No, there's nothing righteous about them. Nothing. There's nothing righteous about them. Sorry, be the bad news, but it's just the truth. There's nothing righteous about them. If they chose to sell their soul, they sold their soul. So we're going to go to the Ice Spice and Taylor Swift, right? And I know for a fact, I take a lot of people off when it comes to that Eminem and stuff, but I don't care. Get ticked off. Let me see. I never heard of them. So give me 1 second. Hold on.
More customization, more time, and more growth.
Hey guys, I hope all is well. Welcome back to the Truth Talk podcast. In today's episode, I'm joined by D.
Hi, everybody. I hope you guys are having a great day.
In this episode, we will be talking about Ice Spice and Taylor Swift's new music video for Karma. But before we begin, I just wanted to remind my Patreons that I just dropped a new Patreon exclusive on the Mason's Darkest Secret. And unfortunately, due to the guidelines, it will not be allowed here on YouTube. So if you're a Patreon member, make sure you check it out after this video. Thank you all. Now let's get right into it. In the last 9 months, we have been seeing the rapid rise of what they're now calling the new princess of rap, Ice Spice. In just 9 short months, Ice Spice went from a relatively unknown artist to a mega rap superstar. If you saw my video documenting Ice Spice's rise to fame, then you should already know Ice Spice is clearly an industry plant. She was chosen by the industry, and we have been seeing signs of this firsthand. In a short 9 months, Ice Spice has managed to take over hip-hop. She managed to collaborate with the Kardashians, linking up with Kim to do a skit with her daughter. She managed to collaborate with Nicki Minaj and get a #1 on the Billboard Hot 100. She was also invited to the prestigious Met Gala event that is by invite only, which means she had to be chosen to attend. Now, she's managed to make a song with the biggest female artist in the world, Taylor Swift. In the breakdown I made on Ice Spice, I predicted that soon we will start seeing Ice Spice showing Masonic imagery, and unfortunately, that day has come. Ice Spice collaborated with Taylor Swift to release the music video for Karma, a surprise collaboration fans weren't expecting at all. Just as I expected, the music video is littered with Masonic imagery, and we will be going through all of it today. I find it interesting that Ice Spice will collaborate with Taylor Swift. Online, they're reporting that Taylor Swift only did the song with Ice Spice because Taylor Swift's boyfriend disrespected Ice Spice during an interview. But the imagery in the music video paints a different reason for this collaboration. Taylor Swift is the biggest female pop star in the world right now. She has been relevant in the industry for over 15 years and has sold over 114 million records worldwide. Taylor Swift made it to this level by taking the Masonic oath, and we can see evidence of that many times over. In this photo, we see Taylor Swift doing the one-eye symbolism, covering one of her eyes to show she took the Masonic oath. Photo after photo, we can see her showing she took the Masonic oath. Taylor, just like Sam Smith, also chooses to perform occult rituals live for her thousands of fans to watch. In one of her recent performances for her tour, we can see just what Taylor represents. The performance starts with the whole arena turning pitch black as Taylor walks out with what appears to be a coven of witches, holding magical orbs in their hands. Taylor starts performing her 2020 song Willow while flames rise behind the witches. The witches then begin to follow Taylor as flames light up the ground beneath them. Then they appear to walk to the center of the stage, closer to the fans, and begin to ritually chant while circling Taylor. This is the most obvious instance of ritual magic, as the witches can actually be seen holding magical orbs. What's sad is that she is casting spells on her audience without them having a clue, and they all seem to be cheering happily. Taylor Swift is an occultist, a part of the Masonic Order. The fact that she is collaborating with Ice Spice for this video further proves that Ice Spice took the same oath. We have seen a few instances of Ice Spice showing her alliance, like the pose she chose to do for the Met Gala. She is doing the one-eye symbolism in this photo. And in this photo, we can see her riding a bull with glowing red eyes, a representation of riding the beast. Ice Spice getting all of these opportunities don't come free. She had to sign the dotted line and become a puppet just like the rest of them. In the latest video of Ice Spice and Taylor Swift, we can see clear as day evidence she took the Masonic oath. The music video starts with a record player spinning as magic flows out of it. Right at the very beginning of the video, they revealed so much. The record player releasing magic openly represents that the music is casting spells on the audience. Like I mentioned before, those in the music industry practice frequency magic. They know what musical frequencies to use to manipulate the listeners and put them in a trance. Then the record player becomes a portal, and we are shown Taylor Swift holding scales in between two pillars while the light shines on her. This is ancient Greek imagery, and it represents the weighing of souls. The Masons love ancient Greek imagery, and it's all over Masonry. The very next scene shows Taylor Swift in a burning end, wearing a demon mask surrounded by demons. This scene represents where Taylor is leading her fans to. The scene before this one was Taylor showing the soul scale, and then the next scene is her as a demon surrounded by damned souls. She is openly telling her fans she is leading them to a burning end. During this scene, she sings some very revealing lyrics, confessing that she is sacrificing her fans to have it all. She sings, "You're terrified to look down, because if you dare, you'll see the glare of everyone you burn just to get there. It's coming back around." She is openly telling her fans that she guided them to a burning end to have the world. She literally said that if she looks down, she will see the glare of all she has burned to get there, meaning all she has sacrificed and manipulated to make it to the top. The next scene after this shows Taylor waving at a Grim Reaper, and the Grim Reaper is a representation of the god of death. When they finally show Ice Spice, they make it clear that she has been chosen. Ice Spice is sitting in a pearl wearing all red, holding a pearl surrounded by floating pearls. This scene is made to look holy, as if Ice Spice has transcended. They're letting us know that they chose Ice Spice to be the next huge influence. She is going to lead this young generation to their burning end. The last scene is the most important, as we can see both Taylor and Ice Spice walking up the 7 steps of Freemasonry, which represent enlightenment. If you count the steps, it's exactly 7 steps from the ground to the top. Freemasons use this imagery as a representation of being enlightened and becoming God, and this is exactly what they're going to show us next. We then see Taylor and Ice Spice holding whips in their hands as they use them to capture the moon and Saturn. This is very important. We know many occultists worship the moon and the god Saturn, who is just another representation of Lucifer. Taylor with the moon imagery points to moon magic, and Ice Spice holding Saturn points to the god Saturn, which is Lucifer. They are showing us they chose Ice Spice and she is finally initiated. In the very next scene, we can see Taylor Swift being represented as the literal light, showing that she's enlightened as a god. They then show Ice Spice in the clouds, portraying her as a god as well. This video is announcing Ice Spice's initiation, and sadly, just like Taylor Swift did, Ice Spice took the Masonic oath and is now guiding her fans to a burning end. We have never seen this type of rise in the industry before. Ice Spice literally 9 months ago was a nobody. She had no relevancy and truly had no fans. And like I stated in my last Ice Spice video, she's the perfect definition of an industry plant because she wasn't really even making music seriously before she was picked. They only chose her because of her look and because the person who initiated her into the industry was the son of DJ Enough. She has had the industry behind her since the beginning. And now we're seeing her rise. We're seeing her connecting with the people who truly run the industry that also took the oath.
Yes, this situation is like super bizarre because I have not seen a female rapper blow up as fast as she has blown up. Not only that, she has been on Paper Magazine, Billboard Magazine, Rolling Stones, and if I'm not mistaken, even Vogue. These are big magazines, and she's just only been here on the scene for 9 months. And she's already had collaborations with Nicki Minaj. Multiple of her songs have gone viral on TikTok. And now she has this collab with Taylor Swift, which to me is insane because Taylor Swift has been out since 2004. I was a child when Taylor Swift came out. And as far as I'm aware of, she has never done a collaboration with any female artist like Rihanna, Nicki Minaj, or Beyonce. So the fact that she chose Ice Spice, with choosing Ice Spice, she said herself that Ice Spice is the one to look out for.
You know, it's interesting because this reminds me of the same thing with Doja Cat. A few years back, I covered a video of Doja Cat, who also had very similar imagery of being enlightened and being chosen as a god. And in that video, she was with The Weeknd. The same type of thing. The Weeknd was the bigger artist. You know, it was strange to see a collaboration from the two. But in that video, we saw The Weeknd sort of initiating Doja Cat. And Doja Cat can be seen as a god in the video and how she's being transcended into being enlightened and becoming a god. And now we see what Doja Cat became a few years later. You know, she did all the crazy things she did. And on top of this, she's been openly showing that she's a Masonic puppet. She has not been trying to hide it. She's been showing evidence after evidence, like we saw with her Masonic birthday party, where she literally had the Masonic square and compasses and the Masonic all-seeing eye on the cake and invited all the celebrities to join her for this party while they all dress like they're occultists. You understand? They're showing us openly what's going on. And Ice Spice was the new candidate. She's the one that they chose, who they believe is going to have a lot of influence over the young generation. And it's true, like you said, she has been demanding the attention of the youth. So the industry is going to get her, take her, and control her. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Remember, Ice Spice is signed to 10K Project. That's how Academics is consistently pushing her music, because Academics works for 10K Project. 10K Projects gives Academics millions of dollars so that Academics can promote whatever artist they send to him. This is exactly what they're doing with Ice Spice. They're blowing Ice Spice up artificially, and it's working. She's gaining fans, she's gaining popularity, and she's all over the charts.
Exactly. And this collab that she just did with Taylor Swift brings in a whole new audience. And what's even crazier is that I wasn't fully aware of the imagery that Taylor Swift was bringing in. After she did the Willow performance for her tour, you know, I started to look in deeper and see other things about her. And it seems like she's really into being an occultist. And on top of all of that, I've seen thousands of pictures with Taylor Swift with the snake. We all know what that represents. She's doing a good job at showing the symbolism and still having her audience there and all of them paying attention and buying into this. She's a big celebrity. She just had a show in Philadelphia where people showed up just to be on the outside, didn't even have tickets to go inside. But that's the influence that she has, and she just brought Ice Spice into the picture. So now she's going to have the same influence.
No, that's a very good point. They used the bigger artists to put even more light on the artists that they want to grow. And like we've seen, like Nicki Minaj, Kim Kardashian, no regular artist will be getting these shots. No regular artist will be getting these opportunities so early in their career. She's being chosen for this. For whatever reason, they want her to be in our faces. They want her to be the one, and they chose her. And now we're seeing this music video. This music video is the most interesting that I've seen all year. The imagery is beyond, especially with Taylor, because Taylor's literally telling her fans that she sacrificed them. She was willing to guide them to a burning end for her to have the world. And she has everything she wants now. She's one of the top selling artists, and still to this day, she's enslaved. It also kind of looks like a passing of the torch as well, don't you think? Like the way that it looks like Taylor Swift is kind of passing the torch to Ice Spice. Not saying that Ice Spice is going to be as big as Taylor, that she's going to be as popular, at least right now. She is the biggest artist right now, if you think about it.
I definitely have to agree with you, especially since Nicki Minaj gave her a collaboration, knowing that she was also a female from New York trying to be a rapper. That just stood out to me right there. It's like Nicki Minaj already went ahead. The person who we know as the queen of rap went ahead and already passed the torch. And now she's getting passed to pop. It's just, we really have to keep an eye out because they're really doing something big with this girl. There'd be no reason they're posting her on magazines, giving her these big collabs, unless they have a deeper plan for this.
Exactly, and I stated this over a month ago. I knew that this was coming. I knew that Ice Spice was going to be the next one because everybody was talking about her, the moves that she was making. And it's sad because she's influencing so many young girls right now with the same propaganda, the same agenda that Meg Thee Stallion was pushing, that Nicki Minaj was pushing. It's just been repackaged and is being pushed through her. We must remember when an artist gets big so fast, there's always more to the story. Ice Spice was offered the world at the price of her soul, and she was willing to pay that price. The entire industry got behind her because they chose her to be the next star. Like I always say, we must remember that every day we wake up, our souls are at stake. And we also must remember to help those who can't see the truth find the truth. Well, that's it for this video. Thank you all.
So what do y'all gotta say about that, huh? What I said about Taylor Swift was true was completely true. Just like Ice Spice, no different. We will be exposing Michael Jackson, Eminem today, Jay-Z, and Beyonce. Now, if I could think of somebody else to expose, oh yes, Rihanna. Rihanna needs to be exposed. She really does. There's too many of them. Like I said, this is part one. So if anybody gets offended by being exposed to these celebrities showing what they do, that's true because they're part of the Illuminati. You don't like when I'm exposed to your celebrities. Well, don't come and look. You don't like it. Now, for people who understand, they understand. For the ones who don't understand, you're under a spell. You're currently under a spell by these celebrities, by their music. You are under a spell. Period. Doesn't matter what celebrity you look up to. Doesn't matter if it's Lil Nas X. It doesn't matter who it is. You are under a spell. Until you break that spell, for real, I'm going to expose Tupac. I'm going to expose Tupac because he did an agenda years ago that people ain't aware of. I'm going to show on this channel today. I'm going to expose Tupac and Biggie as well. I'm going to expose them too. Because a lot of people don't know what type of agenda that Biggie and Tupac did years ago. What agenda they push. So we'll be exposed to them too. For now, we're going to get on to Lil Nas X. Be back, folks. Hold on. All right, folks. Lil Nas X. I have to have Beyonce, Jay-Z, and Tupac. And I will be exposing Eminem too. So, oh yeah. Let's keep going.
The truth is, Lil Nas X became an overnight star after releasing his mega hit song, Old Town Road. Old Town Road became one of the biggest records ever released, reaching #1 on the Billboard charts, a position it held for 17 straight weeks. From that moment on, Lil Nas X became a household name, solidifying his place in the music industry. But how exactly did Lil Nas X go from being an unknown artist to having one of the biggest records ever released? What if I told you that Lil Nas X paid the ultimate price for his fame and fortune and is now being used for a sinister purpose? Join me in this episode as we uncover the dark truth about Lil Nas X. Little Nas X was born April 9th, 1989 in Lithia Springs, Georgia. Growing up, Little Nas X's parents split when he was only 6 years old. This led to him living with his mother for 3 years before he ultimately moved with his dad. By the time Little Nas X was 13, he was heavily into meme culture, something that would play a large role in his career later on. As a teenager, Little Nas X was pretty much a loner who was always online creating memes for Twitter. In 2017, Little Nas X would graduate from Lithia Springs High School and enrolled in the University of West Georgia, where he chose to major in computer science. He would eventually drop out of school just 1 year later to pursue his music career full time. Around this time, Little Nas X was doing anything to build an online following. He would try a bit of everything, making Facebook comedy skits, buying videos, and posting memes on Twitter and Instagram. Twitter was where he would see his most success, with some of his early memes taking off to viral heights. This is around the same time Little Nas X created a Nicki Minaj fan account where he tweeted from daily. It would eventually come out that Little Nas X was actually using bots to make some of his Nicki Minaj fan page tweets go viral. In 2018, Little Nas X would start writing and recording his raps in his closet studio he had set up. By July 2018, Little Nas X was ready to release his first project to the world, Nazarati, dropping it on July 24, 2018. The project went unnoticed by the majority of the world. Little Nas X would continue to work on his music without much success until December 3rd, 2018, when he released a song he had just recorded called Old Town Road. At the beginning, the record was just like any other record he had released, until Little Nas X took matters into his own hands, choosing to market the record on his social media accounts by creating multiple memes on a daily basis promoting his song, eventually creating over 100 memes. This formula would turn out to be successful for Little Nas X, as the record would find its way onto TikTok, where it began a life of its own. The song would officially go viral sometime in early 2019 after the hashtag Yeehaw challenge on TikTok became popular. The song also got another huge push from children all over the world who instantly fell in love with the cowboy song. The song would eventually find its way onto the Billboard charts, entering the 83rd spot and quickly climbing to the #1 spot, where it stood for 17 weeks. This sparked a major bidding war between the record labels, who all wanted to sign the cowboy sensation. Little Nas X would end up choosing to sign with Columbia Records in March of 2019, and the rest was history, going on to drop many hit records from then on, solidifying his place as a hitmaker in the music industry. This is what you may already know about Little Nas X, but the truth is far more sinister. I have come to believe that Little Nas X sold his soul to the devil in order to become the superstar he has become today. The reason I have come to this conclusion is no other than Little Nas X himself, as he openly shows he chose to serve Lucifer. It's clear to see what agenda these record labels are pushing using Little Nas X. Little Nas X blew up with his mega hit song Old Town Road, which was primarily a children's song. Don't get me wrong, everyone was listening to this song as it was everywhere, but it was a real big hit amongst kids and teens. The record label knew this going in when signing Little Nas X, and we all saw the record labels build off this with Little Nas X's early image. The labels made Little Nas X embrace the whole cowboy image and presented him as a child-friendly artist. They even had him playing concerts for these children all over the US. It was evident the labels were creating Little Nas X's image as a safe for children artist, which led parents to allow their children to listen to his music and become fans of Little Nas X. We then saw the record label follow up Old Town Road with Panini, which was released May 12, 2019, which again was obviously a song created for children. The bubbly child-friendly pop song contained no curse words and contained obvious words that were put in the song to appeal to kids, like the opening line, "Hey Panini, don't you be a meanie." The music video once again clearly made it appeal to children, as this is who the record labels were targeting with Little Nas X's music. They wanted to make sure parents felt safe allowing their children to listen to Little Nas X, and this is exactly what tends to happen once parents see the artist appealing to the kids. This is when the label starts to reveal its claws, and Little Nas X is used to push the Masonic agenda to these kids without the parents even realizing it. Slowly, the record label started to change Little Nas X's image as his young fans watched, and by the time Little Nas X released his Project 7, his entire image had changed. We have seen this very tactic done before, which I called the good girl gone bad agenda, which in this case is the good boy gone bad agenda. Little Nas X was used to appeal to these kids. When he managed to earn their trust, they showed Little Nas X doing things that are not appropriate for kids to be watching and learning from. All these young kids that were huge fans of Little Nas X all of a sudden were seeing and hearing things come from Little Nas X that they shouldn't have been exposed to at that age. We saw just how far the label took this agenda with Lil Nas X in 2021 and 2022, with Lil Nas doing just about everything to push a very obvious agenda to the kids. Lil Nas X saw a lot of controversy when he performed this song at the 2021 BET Awards. Many were shocked to see an artist who had so many children fans who looked up to him and made him famous do something that many considered inappropriate for children to see. Lil Nas X will respond to all the backlash in an interview with The Breakfast Club.
Do you feel the pressure of, I see it all the time, parents will be like, you know, you have a responsibility because kids are watching. You hear that Cardi B had that same problem, and Nicki had that same problem. Do you feel that same way? Like,
I don't
raise your own
really,
kids?
I feel like I used to, but now it's like, so? Like, fuck your kids. Not like fuck your kids.
That's exactly what you just said.
but like
You just gave them another headline, Montero. Okay, what agenda is that?
like we really get one chance to do this, at least to my knowledge. I don't know like what happens when we die or not. So it's like I'm not like about to pander to your kids or you, like anybody. Like
As you heard for yourself, Lil Nas X openly states F your kids, which in my opinion shows exactly what his purpose was. He basically implied that he only has one life and he's going to do what he wants with it. This to me is very important, as it openly shows what we always talk about on this channel. These celebrities choose to serve Lucifer, as Lucifer offers them moral freedom. This is exactly what Lil Nas X is preaching. We as God people all have a moral responsibility, which Lil Nas X has chosen to ignore. Imagine the type of world we will live in if every person was morally free. There would be nothing to stop the world from destroying itself. We can see the effects of all the people choosing moral freedom in our current world, as it's turning our world colder alongside with the people in it. Lil Nas X basically admitted to selling out by saying F your kids, as he does what he does for himself. In my opinion, it's clear that this was the record label's goal from the beginning when signing Lil Nas X. When they first signed him, they changed his image and made him dress funny and tried their hardest to have him appeal to kids, just to later flip his image and corrupt the minds of all those kids that were following him. This is a very important part of the Masonic agenda, slowly fading away the natural order God has created. It's obvious to me that Lil Nas X is a Masonic puppet, and we can see this in many ways. Just like the other Masonic puppets we have come to see on this channel, Lil Nas X starts to openly show he is a Masonic puppet, the more and more famous he became. Like all the other puppets, Lil Nas X was seen time after time with the one-eye symbolism in many occasions. On March 26, 2021, Lil Nas X shocked the world with the release of his new music video for his song Montero. The song was full of so much obvious Masonic and satanic imagery that everybody was pointing it out. It was obvious what Lil Nas X was making known with this video, that he sold his soul to the devil. This video takes place in the Garden of Eden and depicts the moment Eve ate the apple from the tree. The video starts with Lil Nas X sitting at a tree while playing a guitar, while a giant serpent can be seen slithering on the tree. The serpent then jumps out on Lil Nas X as he tries to run from it. The serpent then kisses Lil Nas X as letters on the tree begin to light up. This entire opening scene represents the moment the serpent tricked humanity into deceiving God's commands and eating from the tree of knowledge and good and evil. Lil Nas X is showing the world that he himself is willingly choosing what Lucifer was offering, which is moral freedom. The video continues with Lil Nas X being shown chained as he is then casted to hell by an angel. As he is being shown falling to hell, we can see him grabbing onto a pole and dancing his way down. When he arrives to hell, they show Lil Nas X making his way to Lucifer's throne. He then goes on to dance on Lucifer before he appears to end him and take his horns. This scene is depicting how Lil Nas X is happy with his decision of selling his soul, and he is willingly choosing to serve Lucifer as he is dancing with the devil. Lil Nas X taking the devil's place represents him becoming one with Lucifer's agenda of self-worship and moral freedom. Another important thing to take from this scene is the fact that they depict Lucifer as some sort of king of hell, when the reality is Lucifer would really be a prisoner of hell alongside all the other souls that would be casted with him. Movies always depict the underworld with this imagery, almost trying to trick the world into believing that following Lucifer would assure them a good place in a burning end. It's clear what Lil Nas X was depicting with this music video. He chose to willingly eat the fruit. He serves Lucifer and lives this life with moral freedom. And this is what he's choosing to promote to his young fans. After Lil Nas X released this music video, he decided to pair it with his Satan sneakers. Lil Nas X collaborated with a company that makes custom sneakers, and together they came up with this Satan shoe. The shoes were every Satanist's dream, as the shoe proudly displayed a pentagram on it, 666, and even an inverted cross. To top it off, the shoes contain a drop of real blood to add a little ritual magic. On the shoes, you can see they also put on it Luke 10:18, which is a passage from the Bible that refers to Jesus mentioning seeing Lucifer being casted from heaven. It's clear what Lil Nas X was doing with these sneakers, showing the world which side he was truly on. We saw Lil Nas X continue to push his agenda openly, showing Masonic imagery in many of his live performances, clearly showing the world who he has chosen to serve. We have seen how far Lil Nas X has gotten pushing this agenda. His career continues to rise, even when the world expected him to be a one-hit wonder after Old Town Road. It appears that Lil Nas X is willing to do whatever it takes to continue to live out his dreams. The labels are using him to guide the masses to a burning end. Lil Nas X chose money and fame and didn't care what he had to do for it. He was willing to be used to corrupt the minds of our children, selling out to the Masonic Order. Lil Nas X gained the world, but lost his eternal soul. We must remember to always question what intentions these artists have with their music and imagery. Lil Nas X openly showed the world who he has been serving, and still so many defend him and worship him. We must not allow these puppets to guide us to a burning end. We must remember to help those who can't see the truth find the truth. I just want to give a special shout out to the Truth Movement members. Thank
So yeah. Yeah, this is not over yet, folks. This is not over. This is not over at all. No. I'll be back in a few minutes. Ladies, I'm about to show some more. Nah, I'm still here. I'm still big boy. I'm still here. I was trying to find Tupac, but you know what? No, you know what? So you know what? We're gonna get to the next one. Sorry about that. I was on silent mode. We're gonna go expose the next celebrity. I was trying to find Tupac. That's what I was trying to find, so I can expose him as well. So we'll go and get to the next celebrity, and I'm gonna find Tupac. So yeah, I'm gonna expose him too. Then after that, no, I don't know why that video played. Back what I was saying, if these so-called fans got a problem with it, be exposed to their favorite celebrities, well, you might as well look into with the stuff they've been into, with the stuff they've done. Do that first, and then make your conclusion up that you still a fan of them or not. Straight up. But hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm still here, big boy. I'm still here. Like I'm about to show the Beyonce one. Just gotta find. I'll get out find one more celebrity. Hold on.
Hey guys, I hope all is well. Thank you for joining me for this Truth Talk episode. In today's episode, we're going to be talking about Beyonce being confirmed as a high-powered witch by a Hollywood witch. Let's get right into it. When people think about witches, they imagine them looking a lot like they're depicted in movies and TV shows. Women with green skin who are unattractive and scary looking that cast spells and fly on broomsticks. A perfect representation of a witch to most people is what they saw in the movie The Wizard of Oz. I remember seeing The Wizard of Oz as a child and being horrified by the Wicked Witch. People imagine witches looking like this, or maybe like the Sanderson sisters from the Hocus Pocus movie. The thing is, these representations of what a witch looks like are completely wrong. Witches are not just a Hollywood creation. They are very real, and they don't have green skin. This is actually a more accurate depiction of what a real witch looks like today. Beyonce, one of the biggest pop stars in the world, is a high-degree witch, and she looks nothing like the Wicked Witch or the Sanderson sisters. When most people think about witches, they don't think about Beyonce being one. She's a huge pop star who's considered one of the most attractive women in the music industry, and they have never seen her flying on a broomstick either. So how could she be a witch? This is exactly what Hollywood wants you to think. It's the reason they depict witches like this. This is how they protect themselves, as Hollywood itself is controlled by occultists. Whether you want to believe it or not, Beyonce is an occultist, a witch who practices magic. If you know anything about the occult, just by watching Beyonce's music videos and seeing her live performances, you would have already determined that on your own. Even though she is not coming out and stating she's a witch out of her own mouth, she is outing herself through symbolism. I have made videos on Beyonce in the past, and just a few weeks back, we spoke about Beyonce's Renaissance tour and the imagery being put out through that tour. In that video alone, we saw more than enough evidence that shows Beyonce is an occultist. The evidence of Beyonce's involvement in the occult is endless. Beyonce is often seen doing what most people think is the Rock Nation symbol in support of her husband Jay-Z. The thing is, that is not the Rock Nation symbol. It's actually a Masonic hand gesture done by occultists to represent the all-seeing eye. This symbol is often used by Masons, but is also used in sex rituals. And if you saw my video on the show Strange Angel, that's based on the real life of the father of modern rocketry, Jack Parsons, then you would know Aleister Crowley's OTO cult used this symbol during their sex rituals. In this scene from the show, they show the high priestess doing the Masonic symbol as she's performing a sex magic ritual. This woman is not at all a part of Rock Nation. You really think it's a coincidence that Beyonce and Jay-Z are both doing the same hand gesture that these occultists are doing during a ritual? So many artists and celebrities do these hand gestures, and it's because the occult runs Hollywood and the music industry. During Beyonce's concerts, she is performing ceremonial magic, just like the Freemasons do in their lodge. Most of the Masonic rituals are theatrical ceremonies that are supposed to symbolize the actual ritual. This is exactly what these celebrities are doing. They are symbolizing the ritual while they're performing for thousands. She is literally using her fans without their knowledge to participate in these occult rituals, using their energy to honor whichever fallen god she is worshiping. Beyonce is a witch, and her fans are a part of her coven. The thing is, a coven only has up to 13 members. Once it passes 13 members, they're now considered a hive. And you know what's interesting about that? Beyonce calls her stan-like fans members of her beehive, and they call her the Queen Bee. Once again, this is not a coincidence. Her fans don't even know that they are a part of her witch hive. Beyonce isn't the only one that does this, as the pop star Taylor Swift does the same thing. I did a video on Taylor Swift, and I also exposed her as a witch as well. She literally held the concert where, just like Beyonce, she was performing a full-on occult ritual. During the performance, she was seen with magical orbs and a coven of witches surrounding her while they all performed a spell for the audience to watch. After her show was finished, some fans were even reporting that they had no memory of the show. They were in a trance-like state for the performance and didn't even remember the songs she performed.
For Swifties, seeing Taylor Swift live is a dream come true. But for some of these diehard fans, they have no memory of their concert experience. It's being called Taylor amnesia. You heard that right. Some fans can't remember the concert they attended just moments earlier. That's what happened to 32-year-old Nicole Booz, who saw Taylor earlier this month in Philadelphia.
You spent almost $1,000 on a ticket, right? You can't remember anything?
It felt like so real. Afterwards, as we were leaving, I was like, did she play this song? I don't remember this song. I don't remember her doing that. And little things like that. But I do remember going to the concert.
People fail to understand that high society has indulged in witchcraft since the beginning of time. People have worshipped the fallen angels. God vanished them from heaven, so they created their kingdoms here on earth. I am not the only person who thinks Beyonce and other celebrities are witches, as this Hollywood witch called Satin Says straight up confirms Beyonce is a witch. During an interview with Tasha K, she revealed some interesting information. Satin admits herself to being a witch who works mostly for celebrity clients, from ball players to actors and artists, doing what she called root work for them.
You say you do root work.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so root work, break it down.
Okay, so basically people come to me if they want root work on anything. It could be money, it can be love, it can be a lawsuit payout, settlement, whatever the case may be.
You do consider yourself a celebrity root work advisor.
They all come to me. Plenty of them.
What?
Yes. I started with celebrity, and then I was posting my stuff, and that's how I started with the public. But it was celebrities only, because you need to have a check to come to me. So now I have things that the public can come to me for too.
Root work is a form of hoodoo magic that uses the basis of alchemy to perform spells. Satin will do spells for these celebrities to help win games, or to provide supernatural luck, or to get back at an enemy. She is essentially a witch for hire. Satin also revealed Summer Walker is a witch just like her.
So, do you consider yourself a witch?
Oh, I am a witch, but I don't do it for everybody.
She's scared.
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Because they tell me Beyonce's a witch and that we should be scared. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. She's an Ifa. So when she wears her yellow, that's Oshun.
Oh.
Riches and beauty, love, and all of that. Which I can see why she's connected to Oshun. But yeah, so it's another kind of tradition.
Okay.
Like a lot of people would think but it's really Ifa. So it's like a lifestyle as a religion.
Because I always wonder why y'all on them flowers and y'all not elaborate. I'm like, can nobody buy your clothes? Your clothes look different.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
She probably gives her, so she has her own altar. She gives her food. She has parties for her. All of that. Just like Summer Walker.
As you heard for yourself, Satin straight up revealed that Beyonce and Summer Walker are both witches who practice a form of magic called Ifa that draws its power from the deity called Oshun. Oshun is a deity or a goddess, a part of the Yoruba religion, an ancient West African religion that plays as the foundation of Santeria, a form of witchcraft. Oshun is considered the goddess of divinity, femininity, fertility, beauty, and love. She is also connected to destiny and divination, often being associated with the color gold and seen depicted like this, which is awfully similar to what Beyonce has been presenting herself as. Satin Says basically revealed that Beyonce is a witch who is channeling the spirit of Oshun through Ifa magic. Satin also revealed that those who practice ritual magic like she does have to be initiated.
I know people talk about it, but do it, but they don't. It's something you don't talk about.
You don't. Not much.
So why are you talking about it?
Because I'm not telling you what I do. Just like when you asked, did I tell you what I do? No. I just do root work.
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type how you want to sound.
Because when you're initiated, kind of like sworn to secrecy, kind of like that high society that everybody talks about.
The Illuminati? Yes.
You're sworn to secrecy. You cannot tell people what you went through initiation to get these secrets for. Like, it doesn't make sense. So I won't talk about how I do it or what exactly I do, but it clearly works. I've made millions every single year, so every year.
So there are humiliation rituals.
Yes. Yes. And sometimes they don't even get in. So a lot of stars, a lot of these celebrities that want to, the higher level, the A-list or whatever, they come to them, get in. And they're like, I don't want you. They pick and choose. Whoever could be the better puppet is who can get in. And yes, they'd be sacrificing family. They'd be doing it. Absolutely.
As you heard for yourself, Satin claims that she at one point had to be initiated to be able to know the occult secrets she has learned. When Tasha K said, like the Illuminati, Satin replied yes. She claimed that she would not reveal what she did, but stated that what she does works, claiming she's made millions every year. I don't know if she's actually made millions, but I found her website where she sells quote-unquote magic candles and lotions. She also allows you to book her for root work rituals. Her entire site is packed with occult symbols and images. I'm pretty sure though, she's just using this site to scam vulnerable people. Occult magic isn't lotions and oils, but she's going to take advantage of those who believe anything. I'm pretty sure Satin is a real witch who knows what she's talking about because she was dead right about Beyonce. In another part of the interview, Satin also revealed that in order to be a witch like she is, you have to be a part of the bloodline.
How do you get initiated? What is an initiation like? How do you know, like, okay, I'm supposed to be a witch? Like, where do you wake up behind that? Like, how do you get that?
So the thing about witchcraft, a huge world. So there's not one specific way, like you wake up, oh, I'm a witch today. Like anybody could really get into witchcraft, but not everybody's called to be a root worker. This is something that you're born into. For me, my family, like my great grandmother, her mother, this is just a bloodline. I've always had the power. It was up to me to decide, is this what I want to do or not?
Okay.
So that's how I got into it. I was born. So my mom took me, I did my initiation. So it really just depends. Now, some people do come into it that it's not in their bloodline. I would never do it, but if it works for them, it works for them. It's their path.
As you heard for yourself, Satin revealed that anyone can perform witchcraft, but only some who are a part of the bloodline would truly have the ability. This is something that I believe is very interesting when you realize that almost all of the US presidents are related because they are part of the same bloodline. Many US presidents have also been confirmed Freemasons, and I honestly believe that all presidents are Freemasons. Satin isn't the only person that has called Beyonce a witch, as a former drummer of hers has come out and stated the same thing. Kimberly Thompson worked as a drummer for Beyonce's live band for approximately 7 years. She was also in the industry a while before working for Beyonce, as she worked for other rock bands. She would eventually lose her job with Beyonce and later came out and revealed some interesting information. According to Kimberly, she claimed that Beyonce was performing extreme forms of dark magic on her. She claimed these rituals were sexual in nature, even claiming that Beyonce used her cat for a ritual, which led it to passing away.
Beyonce. Did Queen Bee practice witchcraft on one of her musicians? In this Daily Mail TV exclusive, the drummer who claimed she was under Beyonce's spell is now speaking out.
The fact that people keep saying I'm crazy, hell, the situations I had to deal with live are crazy.
Kimberly Thompson says she is tormented being put under manic sexual spells by Beyonce.
We're talking about other situations where changing into animals and jumping into other bodies and all kinds of really crazy stuff.
In bizarre court papers, Thompson claims Beyonce, who she refers to as this person, has started a campaign of harassment against her that includes extreme witchcraft, dark magic, and magic spell. She also claims Beyonce murdered her kitten after the singer put a spell on it.
They were like, the cat has a spell on it. The cat was taken back to her people, and they...
The fact that she was describing the rituals as sexual confirmed to me that it was a sex magic ritual, which we know points directly to Aleister Crowley's OTO, as he was the one who taught sex magic through Thelema, proving exactly why Beyonce and Jay-Z both threw up the Masonic all-seeing eye, because they practiced Thelema. More proof of this is this photo here of Jay-Z wearing a sweater with the phrase "Do What Thou Will" on it. "Do What Thou Will" is a credo created by Aleister Crowley, the man who taught sex magic rituals. Kimberly basically exposed Beyonce for being a follower of Crowley. This situation of Beyonce reminds me of a similar situation with Lady Gaga. Back in 2012, Lady Gaga had checked into the Intercontinental Hotel in London. When she checked out, the hotel's cleaning crew were shocked when they found that Lady Gaga had left a bathtub full of blood. The cleaning lady believed Lady Gaga had to be bathing in the blood, as why else would it be in the bathtub? This in itself is a ritual called the rebirth ritual, and we have seen so many artists demonstrate this exact ritual in their video and photos. Strangely, only some media companies reported on this, but MTV was one of them. It's obvious Beyonce's a witch, and she has her fans under a deep spell. This is why they made Beyonce a church, where they worship her. Beyonce is embodying the spirit of Oshun. She is being controlled by this spirit. At least, she believes she is. By her fans worshiping her, they're truly worshiping Oshun and the other gods she is channeling. She has her fans hypnotized, and sadly, they don't even know that they're following Beyonce to a burning end. For most of my life, I have seen people worshiping Beyonce from the very beginning of her solo career, where she showed herself doing the death and rebirth ritual of Jay-Z in the Crazy in Love video. Now, she's throwing these massive occult ritual tours with all her fans still worshiping her. Her fans worship her more than they do God. We can show them obvious proof that proves Beyonce is into the occult, and they act blind to it, or they simply don't care. This is the power of Beyonce. It's why she is so big, because she's a high-degree witch. So before you spend your hard-earned money to sit at a Beyonce concert, ask yourself, do you really want to give your worship to a deity Beyonce is worshiping? Well, that's it for this video. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Excuse me. Okay. Next celebrity. Now, if I suppose the next celebrity, there was somebody who wanted to come in here earlier, want to get their take on Taylor Swift. I'm gonna let them come in here for a minute. There's somebody who wants to come in here, so I'm gonna send them the link. And I'm gonna tell you, right here, right now, we will be exposing Eminem, the other celebrities today, and then after that, really soon, later on this year, I will be doing a part 2 and a part 2 will be exposing these celebrities. Yes. Oh, yes. There will be a list because there is a lot of them. There is a lot of them. So you heard truth about Beyonce, you heard about truth about Taylor Swift and Ice Spice. Oh, I got way more to show than just that. Trust me. There's way more to show than just that. There's way more than that. I already showed the truth about Will Smith. So we're not done. No, we're not done at all. No. We have a long list. A long list that I'm going to expose. I already exposed Lil Nas X, Taylor Swift, Beyonce. Now the next person we're going to expose will be Jay-Z and Michael Jackson, and we're going to keep going into the list. We're going to keep going with that list. Yep. So if people want to come on, they can come on right now. They can come on. They can literally come on. But it's only for a second because I need to get back to what I was doing. Straight up. Did I sit there and warn people, of course? About us bullying celebrities like this? You're not going to like what you hear? Did I not say that? I sure did. So yeah, I gave the link out already. I'm quite sure that somebody else is also watching this. Now, since your exactly is, if y'all want to expose Nickelodeon and Disney, Cartoon Network, and all that stuff, I'm going to expose it. Oh, I'm going to expose them too. I have no problem. So I heard, of course, they want to sit there and they want to wait, so I continue. So we'll go on to the next celebrity. We're going with the next one. Yes, we're going to go down to the list, and we're just going to keep it moving. We're just going to keep it moving. That's all we're doing. We're just going to keep it moving. That's all. Now, if anybody has anything to say about these celebrities, go right ahead. Go right ahead. You got to say what you got to say about them. Go right ahead. Because a lot of people watching these celebrities are gonna think differently now. But I've been showing they're gonna think a lot differently. We'll be linking this channel too. So we'll be linking this channel to you. After I'm done, I'm going to link it in the chat. And you can take a look. You can take a look for yourself.
For this Truth Talk episode. In today's episode, we're going to be talking about Jay-Z's dark secret past. But before you begin, I just wanted to let you guys know about my Patreon. If you guys support my channel and want to further show your support, you can by joining me on Patreon. When you become a Patreon member, you get access to exclusive videos that are not allowed here on YouTube. I know times are hard, and I completely understand those that can afford it right now. But for those that can spare $3 a month and want to further support the truth movement, consider joining the Patreon. You will get access to several videos and will be supporting the channel at the same time. If you would like to join the Patreon, you can find the link in the description of this video. Also, don't forget to subscribe to my second channel, Truth Network, as I just dropped a new video over there. You're not going to want to miss it. You can find the channel tagged in the description of this video. Thank you all. Now let's get right into it. Those who run the music industry are known to take advantage of upcoming artists who are trying to make it. Artists who are willing to do anything to make it to the top. One thing I have noticed is that the artists that get taken advantage of the most are often young female artists. Many young female artists enter the industry eager to make it to the top, and they're willing to do anything to get there. The industry gatekeepers take advantage of this and use a promise of an opportunity to have their way with these young women. These young girls in the industry end up having to go from executive to executive, sleeping their way to the very top. This is the unspoken rule in the music business, and sadly, women have to deal with it to this very day. So many of the biggest female artists that are at the top today had to go through this themselves. There are many gatekeepers in the music industry that are rumored monsters who prey on any young female that gets in the game. The younger the better for these type of guys. These men are rumored to require a different type of payment to be able to grant an artist a deal or a favor. One of those men is allegedly P. Diddy, one of the hip-hop gatekeepers. Diddy is rumored to take advantage of women and even men artists trying to make it in the industry. We might not have 100% proof that Diddy is doing this, but when so many people in the industry are saying it, it's hard to deny. Even his former bodyguard and other employers close to him have come out and accused Diddy of doing this. It starts to become clear that Diddy is definitely one of those monsters in the industry. A good example of this is his current relationship with Young Miami, who's 29 years old. Diddy is 53 years old, meaning he's 24 years older than Young Miami. When she was born, Diddy was already a 24-year-old man. But just imagine the opportunities Diddy has gotten for Young Miami since the relationship started. As sick as it is, this is how the music industry works. Another hip-hop gatekeeper that is rumored to behave like this is no other than Jay-Z. Jay-Z, who is praised by the entire music industry and looked at as a god in hip-hop, has a dark past that most people don't know about. In today's world, Jay-Z is looked at as one of the most successful men in hip-hop. The fact that he is married to Beyonce, who is considered one of the biggest female artists in the world, only makes him even bigger. But what this really means is that a man like Jay-Z has immense power, and just like P. Diddy, this allows him to have his way with whoever he desires in the industry. While most people see Jay as just a great rapper and a businessman who made it to the top, they fail to realize that he has a dark past he works hard to keep hidden. Just like P. Diddy, Jay-Z seems to be into women who are a lot younger than him. For instance, when we look at his relationship with his wife of many years, Beyonce, you see exactly my point. Jay-Z and Beyonce are seen as a hip-hop royal couple, the king and queen of hip-hop, a relationship that's so favored and praised by the industry. People pray they can be in a power couple like Jay and Beyonce, but fail to realize how disturbing this relationship truly is. Beyonce met Jay-Z all the way back in the late 90s, when she was between the ages of 17 through 19. She claims she met Jay back in 1999, and just 1 year later, they will start their public relationship. Jay would go on to eventually marry Beyonce, and they ended up becoming hip-hop's most loved couple. The big issue with this is that people seem to forget at just what age Jay-Z met and started dating Beyonce. Beyonce claims she met Jay back in 1999 when Jay-Z was already a 30-year-old man. Even if Beyonce was 18, Jay was already 12 years older than her. But think about it, Beyonce was barely 18, which to me shows Jay was definitely attracted to women that are as young as 18 and maybe even younger. Honestly, the possibility of Jay meeting Beyonce and hooking up with Beyonce before she was 18 is also highly possible. Beyonce is smart enough not to reveal that she had been with Jay since before she was of age. The fact that she was 18 at the time is revealing on its own, and it can also prove they have been hanging out since before then. Jay and Beyonce got together, and her career took off to new heights. It's not a coincidence at all. Jay was already the big rap star with infinite connections by the time he met the 18-year-old Beyonce. I firmly believe that grown men, especially 30-year-old men, who go after girls that just turned 18 years old, are into women that are below that age. If they were attracted to her at 18, they were attracted to her at 16 and 17 as well. I have seen so many people online who wait till famous young girls turn 18 to then beg them to start an OnlyFans like Bad Baby did. People don't realize how toxic this is for our society. The fact that Jay, at the grown age of 30 years old, went after an 18-year-old Beyonce lets you know what kind of girls he is really into. While some people are just going to look at this and say it's not that bad because she was already 18, which is legal, and they're still married to this day, so they obviously loved each other. The problem is, Jay, who was a big star at the time on top of hip-hop, might have taken advantage of a young Beyonce who was up and coming and willing to do anything to make it. I myself wouldn't at all be surprised if Beyonce, who was only 18, got with a 30-year-old Jay-Z because of the opportunities it would provide for her. I believe Jay took complete advantage of that, and Beyonce wasn't even his only victim. Foxy Brown was a successful female rap artist from the late 90s and early 2000s. She had signed a major record deal with Def Jam all the way back in 1996 when she was only 16 years old, the same label Jay-Z was the biggest artist on. Jay actually played a large role in Foxy being signed to Def Jam, as he had worked with her early on. Back then, Jay-Z was seen very close to the young Foxy, and the rumor was that Jay-Z was actually being intimate with Foxy back in 1994 when they first started making music together. Jay-Z recorded Ain't No with Foxy Brown back in 1994, even though the song wasn't released until 1996. In 1994, Foxy was no older than 15 years old. People believe at this point in time, Jay-Z, who was 25 years old at the time, was allegedly already hooking up with Foxy at that age. More confirmation of this was this article posted by TMZ, where they claim Foxy Brown stated Jay-Z hooked up with her when she was 14 and he was 24. She claims that he was her first time, and according to this TMZ article, she even claimed Jay-Z was into transitioned women. If you were to ask me, I think this is the truth. We already know Jay-Z is into younger girls, as he got with an 18-year-old Beyonce, so I wouldn't put it past him. I believe that Foxy, just like Beyonce, was taken advantage of by a superior in the music industry, Jay-Z. Jay would eventually sign Foxy Brown back to Def Jam after he took over in the mid-2000s. Over the years, many people have actually said Jay-Z was in a relationship with Foxy Brown back then, one being Nick Cannon, who during an interview with Dame Dash pressed him on the situation. Nick Cannon straight up brings up the fact that when he met Foxy Brown, she was 16 and was introduced to him as Jay's girl. This question made Dame Dash visibly uncomfortable.
At what age was Foxy Brown signed?
I wasn't paying attention to Foxy Brown.
But that's
I didn't sign Foxy Brown.
I'm
I'm
just asking a question.
Because I'm on the block. I'm responsible for everything.
You the boss.
Yo, don't beat around the bush. Say what you want.
I'm
to
just
say. What do you mean by that question?
I'm just asking.
What are you insinuating?
I'm not insinuating. I just asked a
I
question.
I
thought Foxy was like 16. That's all I'm saying.
It sounds like
all I'm saying is in this industry, we live in these glass houses.
It seems like you got a question for Jay. Ask him. Y'all keep asking me questions. I want to ask him because he ain't here. Ask him. I ain't got to do with that, and I don't even know nothing about that. You playing?
You my man.
I know, not with me. When you say that Foxy was 16 when she got signed, why did you say that just now?
When I first was introduced to who Foxy was, I thought there was something between Foxy and Jay.
Yeah, Jay.
As you heard for yourself, Nick Cannon brings up Jay and Foxy Brown, and he starts panicking. Dame instantly starts getting defensive, which reveals he knows something wrong happened between the two. Nick Cannon then tells Dame that he was introduced to Foxy when she was 16 as Jay's girl. Dame tells Nick to ask Jay about that and not him. This obviously reveals Dame knows Jay was with Foxy since young. He knows Jay's dark secret. Foxy allegedly hooked up with Jay young, and then she gets signed to the same label as him. You tell me if that's a coincidence. Speaking about Dame Dash, he was actually in a relationship with the young Aaliyah before she passed. Aaliyah was 21 and Dash 29 when they started dating, which was not as bad as Jay-Z with Beyonce. However, Jay-Z actually briefly dated Aaliyah when she was 19 or 20. Dame even claims that Jay-Z was jealous of the fact that he was dating her as they have been together first. It's obvious Jay-Z has a thing for women who are barely 18 or older. What's interesting about all of this is that we know Jay-Z actually made a whole joint album and went on tour with R. Kelly, another star who was known for his interest in young girls. Back then, the two had worked on 2 projects together and went on tour before they broke up. Nas, a former rival of Jay-Z, actually came out some time ago and stated that he knew of Jay-Z participating in the same activities as R. Kelly, claiming that he was messing with those 16-year-olds at the studio with Kelly. What's interesting is that Aaliyah, who was first with Kelly, ended up with Jay-Z. We are obviously seeing a pattern here. Jay, who was a veteran in the industry, was going after these young upcoming stars before they were even of age. The fact that Jay had this friendship with Kelly while he was actively around these young girls speaks for itself to me. Anyone who is willing to condone this around them and not stop it are just as guilty as the one doing it. I am seeing a pattern when it comes to Jay-Z, especially when we talk about his long-forgotten son he had with a 16-year-old girl when he was 22 years old. According to this New York Post article, a man by the name of Rimmer Satterwhite claims to be the abandoned and forgotten son of rapper Jay-Z. According to Rimmer, his mother Wanda hooked up with Jay-Z when she was only 16 years old and Jay was 22. He claims that he is the product of that brief relationship. The woman claims she met Jay-Z through a friend back in the day and that she was introduced to him as Rock. Whether this is true or not, I don't know as of now, but knowing Jay has an interest in younger women, I wouldn't put this past him. Another alleged victim of Jay-Z is no other than Rihanna. The way that Rihanna got discovered and signed to me always left me with many questions. Rihanna was a teenager in Barbados with no connections when she somehow managed to get in a hotel room with Evan Rogers, a music producer who just so happened to be vacationing in Barbados. Rogers would invite Rihanna and her friend to perform a song for him in a hotel room alone, where he decided that he was only interested in the teenage Rihanna and would meet with her mother the very next day. Rihanna would end up signing a production deal with Rogers' production company, Syndicated Rhythm, and then they put out a demo. 2 A&Rs working at Def Jam heard the demo and quickly showed it to no other than Jay-Z himself. Rihanna was then flown to New York City, where she would meet with Jay-Z and the rest of Def Jam Records team. L.A. Reid, the head of the label, told Jay-Z not to let Rihanna leave the building without making her sign the dotted line. Rihanna would sign her first major record deal at exactly 3 a.m., and it just so happened to be a 6-album deal. The first obvious thing that stuck out to me was the occult reference to Rihanna being signed at exactly 3 a.m. for a 6-album deal. But what stuck out to me even more was the fact that she was only 16 years old in 2005 when she signed. What makes this even more disturbing is that it was again rumored that Jay-Z had hooked up with Rihanna in 2005, around the time he signed her when she was 16 or 17. Jay-Z was already 36 at the time, and apparently this led Beyonce to hate Rihanna, and this is the reason Beyonce and Rihanna don't have a song together to this day. It's even believed that the song Bow Down by Beyonce was created as a diss to Rihanna. I honestly believe this happened, as it was actually basically known in the industry. Just think about it. Rihanna, who was on Jay-Z's label, never did a song with his wife, 2 of the biggest pop stars in the world. You know exactly why. Because Jay-Z took advantage of his gatekeeper privilege. He knows new girls coming in the industry would do anything to make it to the top. Rihanna allegedly hooks up with Jay-Z, and she is now a billionaire. Looking at all these relationships, we see a pattern. Jay-Z was much older than all these women, and I believe he used his position of power to get what he wanted from them. So many people praise him without realizing he is truly a monster in hip-hop who takes advantage of the vulnerable. Well, that's it for this video. But before you guys go, I just wanted to let you guys know Hey guys, I hope all is well. Thank you for joining me for this Truth Talk episode. In today's episode, we're going to be talking about the dark truth about Michael Jackson. This is a remake of the original Dark Truth I did on Michael Jackson over a year ago when I first started this channel. Sadly, the original was taken down, so chances are many of you haven't even seen this video. And for those that have, I have updated the quality and added some new information. Thank you all. Now let's get right into it. The truth is, Michael Jackson is remembered as the king of pop and one of the greatest performers to ever live. Michael was literally the most famous man in the entire world, known by virtually everyone. The more famous Michael would become, the more controversy that would surround his name. He would go on to be accused of doing a lot of disturbing things, some that people have come to believe weren't true. But were any of the accusations true, or was there a sinister conspiracy to get rid of Michael? Join me in this episode as we uncover the dark truth about Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson was born August 29, 1958 in Gary, Indiana, a town that is near Chicago. He was part of a big family, being the 8th child out of 10 children. Michael's parents were both everyday working class folks who did the best they could with what they had. Michael grew up in a 2-bedroom house with all 10 of his siblings. Both of his parents were heavy into music, both active in local jazz bands when Michael was a child. In 1964, his father would start a group called the Jackson Brothers that consisted of Michael and his 4 brothers and was managed by their father, who Michael claimed mistreated him. According to Michael, his father would even tease him due to the appearance of his nose, telling Michael that he had a fat nose. Many people tend to say that Michael's father just did not like him and would often show this while Michael was still young. Later that year, Michael was allowed to sing lead alongside of one of his brothers, Jermaine. This was when his father decided to change the group's name from the Jackson Brothers to the Jackson 5. In 1965, Michael's father entered the brothers into a talent show, which they would end up winning. Off the momentum of winning the talent show, his father managed to get the group booked for shows all over the country, touring from 1966 to 1968. Michael's dad booked them for shows wherever he could, even booking the Jackson 5 to perform at clubs and cocktail lounges where they normally displayed adult dancers as the boys performed. In August 1967, the boys managed to win an amateur night at the Apollo in Harlem, New York. This would get the attention of Steeltown Records, who signed Michael in the Jackson 5, producing some records with them. Bobby Taylor, who was an artist at the time, brought the Jackson 5 to Motown after they opened for him at one of his shows. The Jackson 5 would go on to sign to Motown Records, being introduced to the world by Diana Ross in 1969 in the Miss Black America beauty pageant. The group would be praised by Rolling Stone, calling young Michael a prodigy. In 1970, the group would release their song, I Want You Back. This song became the group's first Billboard charting song, landing on the #1 spot and staying there for 4 weeks straight. In May 1971, off the success of the Jackson 5, Michael and his family managed to move into a 2-acre estate in California. By 1972, Michael had transitioned from a child star into a teen star, so the record labels used the opportunity to rebrand Michael as a solo act, even though he was still a part of the group. In 1975, Michael and his brothers left Motown Records and renamed themselves the Jacksons. They would continue touring internationally and would go on to release 6 more albums. In 1978, Michael moved to New York to star in the movie The Wiz. The movie was a box office failure. After this, Michael would go back to focusing on music, releasing his 5th solo studio album, Off the Wall, with the hit song Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, helping solidify Michael's solo career. We all know what happened after this. Michael went on to be the king of pop and the greatest performer alive. This is what you may already know about Michael Jackson, but the truth is far more sinister. I have come to the conclusion that Michael Jackson took the Masonic oath. Just like many other artists we spoke about on this channel, we can find plenty of evidence that proves Michael was a Masonic puppet. Evidence that proves he was guided by the Masons since he was a child. In this photo, we can see Michael covering one of his eyes while making a triangle over his other eye, doing this Masonic pose even as a child. We can also see Michael doing the Masonic 666 hand gesture, or like we see in this photo where Michael is showing that he is sworn to secrecy. It's obvious that as a child, Michael was instructed to pose this way to represent the Masonic order. Michael would continue to do these Masonic poses even as an adult. In this photo here, we see Michael doing the Masonic one-eye symbolism, placing his hands over one of his eyes once again. In Michael's song Money, he talks about selling his soul for money and how people are willing to do evil for money. In the first verse of the song, Michael sings, "So you call it trust."
I've wanted to try Monday.com for a while, but I was nervous it was going to be an issue to switch over.
But I say it's just, in the devil's game of greed and lust. They don't care. They'll do it for the money. Michael even sings on the hook. Anything for money. Would lie for you, would die for you, even sell my soul to the devil. Openly, Michael admits that he indeed sold his soul to the devil, and the reason he did it was for money. He admits that he's willing to do anything for money. He also states that his listeners would do anything for money too, as they have been brainwashed to worship money. We also see more Masonic imagery in Michael's Blood on the Dance Floor album cover, as it shows Michael standing over a Masonic checkerboard floor with a moon crescent on the top right corner, representing moon magic. We have seen the Masonic checkerboard floor shown through so many artists' music videos, and we know exactly what it represents. We find even more Masonic imagery in Michael's album cover for Dangerous, as it's covered in occultic imagery. In the album cover, we can find the Masonic all-seeing eye and the Masonic pillars of knowledge. The album cover also displays a child, as you can see, only being covered by an animal skull, being held by a giant hand. This image will become even more disturbing, as we know what Michael was accused of doing. Michael Jackson was sadly just another example of parents selling their children to the industry. Michael's dad was accused of doing many horrible things to him as a child. According to Michael, his dad didn't allow him to have a proper childhood. He claims that his father used to physically punish him for messing up during rehearsal. His father also allegedly teased him about his appearance. All of this made Michael very insecure about himself. According to Jackson's physician, Conrad Murray, Michael's dad had forced him to undergo hormone treatment as a child to stop his voice from changing. Michael himself said that his father isolated him and mistreated him, which led Michael to developing a lot of psychological issues. Many people say this is why Michael had Neverland Ranch and why he liked to hang around children, because he was never given the opportunity to do so as a child. Michael's first scandal involving a child started in 1993. It was said that Michael convinced the child's family to trust him by gifting the family expensive gifts and inviting them on vacations, even letting them stay at his Neverland Ranch. Shortly after this incident, the child's father, who was a Hollywood screenwriter and friends with Michael, filed a lawsuit on Michael, seeking monetary compensation. After the child's father wasn't able to settle the situation with Michael, he filed criminal charges on Michael, which then prompted a police investigation into the incident. The police would conclude that these claims by Michael's staff were false, only being done to tarnish Michael's image. Michael would ultimately settle the situation with the child's family outside of court for an undisclosed amount. Michael was also accused of doing similar disturbing things to 3 other children. And once again, he paid off all 3 of the families to have them drop the charges. People to this day argue whether if Michael truly did those evil things or not, since he was never convicted. But with us knowing the industry has a dark fascination with Aleister Crowley's beliefs, and Michael showing signs of being an occultist, you can easily see this could definitely be a possibility. Just like we've seen recently with the whole Balenciaga ad representing child offerings, things like this in the industry happen. Those in the industry participate in these disturbing behaviors. A lot of people think Michael was against the agenda, but I don't really see that. We must understand that with the amount of power and influence Michael had, there's no way the Freemasons wouldn't have been behind him. It's obvious Michael sadly was a puppet since a child. He was sold to the industry by his father. Michael was just too popular to not be controlled by the Masonic order. The Freemasons always find themselves involved in anything that reaches the masses. If you were to ask me, I think when it comes to the accusations, they could be true, as even Michael's sister, LaToya Jackson, publicly said her brother was guilty of doing those very disturbing things. The reason I believe Michael ended up being the way he was is due to what he was put through as a child, especially his relationship with Diana Ross, who was 14 years older than him. It's disturbing to know that she met Michael when he was only 9 years old, and she moved Michael in with her for a year. Michael would allegedly call Diana his mama and his girlfriend. She introduced Michael to the mainstream world and did God knows what to him. In my opinion, Michael could have definitely been guilty of all those accusations. I 100% believe Michael was a part of the Masonic order. But I think just like Kanye in today's world, Michael started problems for the industry that ended up costing him everything. Michael started to think that he was too big to play the games by their rules. He started getting too big and gaining too much power for the Masons' liking, and they tried to force Michael to give up that power. He started beefing with Sony Records, who were trying to force him to sell his music catalog, but Michael refused. By doing this, he made himself a target. Michael had bought ATV Records for $47.5 million years back, which had the rights to the Beatles catalog. When he was still on good terms with Sony, he decided to sell half of the company to them for $95 million. This is when Sony created Sony/ATV Music Group, which today owns the rights to artists like Lady Gaga, Bob Dylan, Taylor Swift, and many others. When Sony did this, it technically made Jackson 50% owner of Sony/ATV. Jackson still owned the rights to the Beatles music and many other artists, approximately 4,000 or more hit songs. The record label was not happy with this at all. They saw Michael having too much power as an individual and saw him as a threat. This is when Michael was seen beefing with Sony, calling Tony Mottola the devil. Tony was the CEO of Sony at the time and a man with massive power. Sony slowly began destroying Michael's public image, using their media friends. Many think that child accusations were created by the record label in order to tarnish his image, to make him go broke and sell his share of the company. When Michael still refused to sell his share of the label, it cost him everything. Many people believe that Michael Jackson was taken out by Sony using his doctor. And in my opinion, I believe this is what happened to him. What makes this even stranger is that it appears that Michael's doctor is a Freemason. In my opinion, it seems that Sony got to the doctor in order to take care of Michael, which the doctor ended up doing. The moment that they wanted Michael out of the picture, they started to destroy his public image, and they planned his ending, taking him out of the picture entirely. 7 years after Michael's passing, they were able to buy the rest of Sony ATV Music from Michael's estate for a lot less than what it was worth. Many members of Michael's family believe that Michael was targeted and indeed taken out. Michael is a clear example of what the industry does to children. They strip them of their innocence and make them embrace a lifestyle at such a young age that clearly has a negative effect on these young stars. Michael had it bad since the beginning. His father would mistreat him, and he was stripped of his childhood. At 9 years old, he was already doing God knows what with Diana Ross. She used Michael, and Michael went on to do the same to others. The industry is the devil's playground. The devil wants to convince the world to join him in his rebellions against God. The best way to do this is by using artists like Michael Jackson to corrupt the morals of the masses. Michael was able to influence so many people and was starting to acquire too much power. This very thing led to his demise. He took the oath and dedicated his life to spreading an agenda for the Masons, a decision that ultimately cost him everything. If you choose to listen to these artists' music, we must remember what agenda is set deep in the core of these songs. We must not allow them to manipulate our minds and to guide us to a burning end.
It's a nightmare. I'm pretty sure they're mating.
Biggie Smalls is remembered as one of the greatest rappers of all time. Selling over 13 million records in a short life, you could say Biggie was as successful as they get. After Biggie met Diddy, his life would forever change when he signed that dotted line. What if I told you that the moment Biggie signed to Diddy, he sold his soul to the devil, and after that moment, he was being used by Lucifer to spread a dark agenda? Join me in this episode as we uncover the dark truth about Biggie Smalls. Biggie was born May 21st, 1972 in Brooklyn, New York. He was raised in a single-parent household by his mother after his father would abandon the family when he was only 2 years old. Growing up, money was tight for Biggie's mother, who was forced to work 2 jobs to maintain the household. Biggie would grow up on the block of Clinton Hill, and in middle school, he excelled, even winning academic awards. Biggie claimed that he took to the streets and started dealing when he was only 12, while his mother was at work. Biggie would start rapping shortly after becoming a teen. He would freestyle and battle rap people on the block. He started calling himself MCC West, and he would join a few local street rap crews. Biggie would later attend George Westinghouse High School, the same school rappers DMX, Jay-Z, and Busta Rhymes attended. When Biggie turned 17, he would make the decision of dropping out of high school.
He left school and took to the streets, eventually getting arrested in 1989 for a weapons charge, where he was given 5 years probation. In 1990, he would get arrested for violating his probation. After he was caught dealing again, he would serve 9 months in jail before making bail. After being released from jail, he would start calling himself Biggie Smalls and would record a demo tape that he called the Microphone Murderers. The tape ended up in the hands of a local DJ named Mr. C. He liked it so much he would start to promote it at his events. This led the tape to get to the ears of a Source magazine editor, who would then feature Biggie on the unsigned hype column of their magazine. Diddy, who was working as an intern at Uptown Records, heard Biggie's song on the Source and quickly arranged a meeting with him at Uptown Records. Diddy would quickly sign Biggie to Uptown Records and start placing him in songs with Heavy D. A year after Biggie was signed to Diddy, Diddy would end up getting fired from Uptown Records. This is when Diddy made his own record label, Bad Boy Records, and took Biggie with him from Uptown. On August 8, 1993, Biggie would become a father after his longtime ex-girlfriend would give birth to his first child. Even though they were no longer together, Biggie promised her that he would be there for his daughter. Around this time, since Biggie wasn't seeing any real money from music, he was still in the streets dealing. Diddy would eventually find out and threaten to drop Biggie from the label if he didn't give it up and solely focus on music. Later that year, Biggie would start gaining some exposure when Diddy would get him on the remix of Mary J. Blige's song, Real Love. Biggie would be forced to change his name from Biggie Smalls to the Notorious B.I.G. after finding out the name Biggie Smalls was already taken. Biggie would remix a few more hot songs at the time to continue to grow his buzz throughout 1993. In 1994, Biggie would end up marrying Faith Evans, a fellow Bad Boy artist who he met at a photo shoot. Just 5 days later after marrying Faith, his life would change forever. Biggie would drop his hit song Juicy, followed by his debut album Ready to Die, and things would forever change. Biggie's album Ready to Die was released September 3rd, 1994, and the rest was history. He would make it to the top of the music industry in the short amount of time he was alive. This is what you may already know about Biggie Smalls, but the truth is much more sinister than this. I have come to the conclusion that Biggie sold his soul to the devil in order to make it in the music industry. The reason I have come to believe this is no other than Biggie Smalls himself. His song lyrics paint a clear picture on who Biggie truly represents. The first thing I would like to talk about was his debut album name. To me, I do not find it at all coincidental that the debut album that made him famous was called Ready to Die, almost if he knew what fame would eventually cost him. Like we've seen with many artists that meet tragic ends, he rapped about his death as if he was waiting for it to come for him. In one of Biggie's songs named Suicidal Thoughts, he raps about his death and where he wants to go after his death. Biggie opens the song by rapping these lyrics: "When I die, F it, I want to go to hell, because I'm a piece of ish and it ain't hard to effing tell." He continues by saying, "It don't make sense going to heaven with the goody goodies, dressed in white. I like black Tims and black hoodies." He even raps about how God will have him on some strict ish. To me, this is Biggie clearly telling us that he knew his expiration date was coming, and he knew he was going to hell, and he was okay with that. I believe these lyrics also point to Biggie admitting to selling his soul. He knew where his decisions would end up taking him. We can see Biggie even naming one of his songs Ready to Die, where in the hook he confesses to again being ready for his own death. In another one of Biggie's songs, Dead Wrong, that features Eminem, you can find the two rapping about just how evil each one of them are. Biggie raps about so many evil things that I suggest you just look at the lyrics yourself. In the song, he tells Lucifer to move over, that he's much more ruthless. Eminem's part of the song is even worse, with Eminem going full demonic in his lyrics. He starts his verse by rapping, "There's several different levels of devil worshipping: horses' heads, human sacrifices, cannibalism, candles, and exorcisms." Like I said in my Eminem video, I believe he sold his soul. Just like Biggie, they both took an oath and made a deal that would cost them their souls. It was clear within Biggie's lyrics what Lucifer was using Biggie for. Biggie was making demonic music with lyrics that were created specifically to manipulate his listeners, to commit crimes, and get into the dealings of the street life. There's a theory floating around online that record label owners are the same men who are invested in the prison system. The theory claims that a secret meeting took place somewhere in the 90s between big music execs and big investors who happen to be the same investors in the prison system. In that meeting, they were told that they wanted the labels to assure their rappers to follow an agenda that would promote and popularize a life of crime in urban communities. This way, more people in urban communities would get incarcerated. This would bring more money to those who own those prisons. Since none of the record labels were named, nor any of the execs, we're left to speculate on two things: whether this theory is at all true, and if it is true, who are the execs and the record labels responsible? If you were to ask me, this theory makes a lot of sense. We know most of these executives are moving in secrecy and have some dark agendas. They're all about the money and are willing to do anything for it, even selling their own people out. I can assure you that an agenda is clearly visible within hip hop music. Many rappers rap about a life full of destruction that they make look flashy and desirable with money, women, and jewelry. But the truth is, the music industry is an evil place ran by evil men. Most artists are willing to sell out so they may have their own paradise on earth. They want to be worshipped. Biggie was most likely one of those artists, like many of Diddy's artists, who were instructed to rap about a life of crime. Biggie knew he had his fans hypnotized with his flow. He knew his music was brainwashing them. In his song Hypnotized, the hook clearly points to that exact thing. The song hook goes, Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your flow just hypnotize me. If you ask me, Biggie knew what he got himself into. He knew that his second album would be his life after death, his satanic rebirth. He made the sacrifice so he may have a few years in the spotlight and be forever remembered, but guided his own people on a path that would cost them their souls. The influence that these artists have on the youth in urban communities is devastating. I grew up in the Bronx in the early 2000s, while 50 Cent was the biggest rapper in the world. Everyday kids like me would face danger just on our way to schools. The streets were wicked, and everybody wanted to be a gangster. You had to be tough to survive. In the early 2000s, 50 Cent made being a gangster look cool. He made it look appealing. Even though most of his raps were lies, he knew he was spreading an agenda that people were consuming. If you would like to see a full episode on 50 Cent, comment 50 Cent below. If 350 people comment 50 Cent, the next video will be about him. Biggie was used by the devil for destruction. They used him to further the Masonic world order. Biggie was willing to sell his soul and take an oath to further an agenda that directly affected his own people. As we listen to our favorite artists, we must remember what agenda is being pushed and what's truly at stake. They want to guide us on a path that would eventually cost us our souls. We must not allow them to manipulate us. We must remember to help those who can't see the truth find the truth. Thank you for watching this episode of The
All right, folks, we're gonna expose Eminem. After that, be Snoop Dogg, and then Drake and stuff. And then after that, I'm supposed to be done. Yeah, that's what let's some people on. Yep.
Hey guys, I hope all is well. Thank you for joining me for this Truth Talk episode. In today's episode, we'll be talking about Eminem. Let's get right into it. In the 2000s, Eminem was at the heights of his career, releasing multiple hit albums, topping the Billboard charts on many occasions. His second album, the Marshall Mathers LP, sold 1.7 million copies first week and has gone on to sell over 70 million copies worldwide, going 11 times platinum and eventually even reaching diamond status. Eminem is the best-selling rapper of all time, selling over 200 million records worldwide. It is a no-brainer. Eminem was the most influential rapper of the 2000s. He has influenced an entire generation of kids to be just like him. Growing up, Eminem was my favorite rapper. As a kid, my mom didn't really care about what kind of music I listened to. She bought me Eminem tapes, not really knowing what Eminem was rapping about. I am not gonna deny, as a child, I was heavily influenced by Eminem, like millions of other kids. I wanted to talk like him and act like him. He was so rebellious, something that kids are always attracted to. He told his fans to disobey authority, skip school, and disrespect their parents. Eminem knew he was influencing the kids. He openly rapped about his influence on many different songs. In his song Role Model, he openly and repeatedly makes it known that he is influencing the youth, even telling them to do exactly what the song says. In the song, Eminem raps, "Follow me and do exactly what the song says," then instructing his listeners to take substances and drop out of school, alongside of a bunch of other ridiculous things. Notice that Eminem instructed his audience to drop out of school. This should clarify that he is speaking to a kid audience. In another one of Eminem's hit song, My Name Is, we can see that he once again makes it known that he is talking to a kid audience when he raps, "Hi kids, do you like violence?" And he also again tells his audience to copy him when he raps. "You want to copy me and do exactly what I did, try Sid, and get effed up worse than my life is?" Again, openly, we see Eminem rapping to his audience of kids, instructing them to do a bunch of things kids nor adults should even be doing. Eminem makes it apparent that he is influencing his audience in a negative way. He knew the kids loved him, and we see more proof of this in his Real Slim Shady music video and song. In the music video for the Real Slim Shady, we see Eminem's agenda in full swing. In the music video, he shows a factory of people being made just like him. This is supposed to represent the influence he had over the generation he molded. This is what the scene represents. Eminem and the label both knew they were shaping the minds of the youth, and they wanted them to be just like Eminem. In Eminem's music video for Guilty Conscious with Dr. Dre, again we see the same imagery, Eminem influencing the minds of the people. The video shows a man walking into a convenience store he's about to hit, when Eminem and Dr. Dre act as the devil and the angel on his shoulder. By the end of the video, it shows Dr. Dre and Eminem both being on the same side. Not only does this represent the Freemason duality we often talk about on this channel, how the Masons love playing the hero and the villain, but this again proves that Eminem knew his role was to influence the kids. He knew what he was doing with his music. In Eminem's song Stan, we again see how he is influencing his fans to be just like him. We saw the outcome of Eminem's influence on his audience. The entire song was about a fan that was obsessed with Eminem, but in reality, it was a representation of his influence on his fans. Eminem is one of the best examples of an artist being created to influence the minds of the youth. There hasn't been another artist who was as successful as Eminem doing this either, as Eminem managed to influence an entire generation of kids. Eminem is also one of the most clear examples of an artist who sold their soul to make it in the music industry. He openly admits to selling his soul in order to make it in his song Rock Bottom. The entire song is about Eminem reaching rock bottom, not having enough money to support his kids, and him willing to sacrifice his soul in order to make it. In the song, Eminem raps, "It's the evil that made me this backstabbing, deceitful, and shady. I want the money, the women, the fortune, and fame. That means I end up burning in hell, scorching in flames. This lifetime bliss for eternal torture and pain. Cause right now, I feel like I've just hit the rock bottom." In this song, Eminem admits to not caring about selling his soul and knowing that he would end up in a burning end. He admits that he wanted the fame and fortune, and he was willing to do anything for it. In another one of Eminem's songs, Say Goodbye to Hollywood, Eminem once again admits to selling his soul for fame and fortune. Say Goodbye to Hollywood is about Eminem wanting to leave the music industry behind, and he admits that he sold his soul to the devil in this song. In the song, Eminem raps, "I don't want to quit, but I feel like this is it. For me to have this much appeal, like this is sick. This is not a game. This fame, in real life, this is sick." He also goes on to rap, "I love my fans, but no one ever put a grasp on the fact I've sacrificed everything I have. I've never dreamt I'd get to the level that I'm at. This is more than I ever could have asked. Everywhere I go, a hat, sweater, hood, a mask. What about math? How come I wasn't ever good at that? It's like the boy in the bubble who could never adapt. I'm trapped. If I can go back, I never would have rapped. I sold my soul to the devil. I'll never get it back. I just want to leave this game with level head intact." Imagine going from being a no one to seeing everything blow up, and all you did was just grow up MCing. This is one of Eminem's most revealing lyrics ever. He openly admits that he sold his soul to the devil and that he will never get it back. He even confesses that if he can go back in time, he would have never rapped to begin with. He also confesses to giving his soul to the devil in order to make it in the music industry. He talks about the downside of fame that has destroyed him. He named the song Say Goodbye to Hollywood, as this is exactly what he wanted. He wanted to leave the industry at this point, but sadly, it was too late for Eminem. Eminem sold his soul and chose to serve Lucifer in order to have the world. But when Eminem had the world, he realized it wasn't worth the price of his soul. People comment often on this channel that you can't sell your soul because God owns all our souls. In my opinion, I believe these people misinterpret what this means. God does own all our souls because he made all our souls, but he gave every single person with a soul free will, the ability for each and every soul to choose a side. When a person sells their soul, they're selling their loyalty. They're agreeing to serve Lucifer for the benefits that come with it. They are willingly doing wrong, going against their morals for their self-beneficial gain. Eminem chose to sell his soul and serve Lucifer. This is why we see Eminem, like many other Masonic puppets, showing the one-eye symbolism in many occasions. He also has the all-seeing eye tattooed on his arm. And I'm pretty sure many of you also remember that he did the famous Bath of Blood satanic rebirth ritual in his 3 a.m. music video, a music video that is full of satanic imagery and is all about Eminem being possessed at the devil's hour and going out to do evil. All of these things are signs that point to Eminem being a Masonic puppet who is serving Lucifer. Eminem makes it clear that his music was meant to serve Lucifer many times in his own music. In the intro to his song, Still Don't Give an F, he states, "A lot of people think that I worship the devil, that I do all types of retarded stuff. I can't change the way I think, and I can't change the way I am. But if I offended you, good, because I still don't give an F." Eminem admits to people knowing he is a devil worshiper, and instead of denying that he is a devil worshiper, he basically admits that he is, by saying he can't change the way he is, and if he offended anybody, he really doesn't care. This is what Eminem represented. This is why he's the biggest rapper to ever live. He was serving Lucifer's agenda perfectly, influencing a generation to follow him to a burning end. We again see Eminem admitting his music is serving Lucifer in the D12 song Devil's Night, where Eminem raps, "I make music to make you sick of fake music, hate music, like devil worshiping Satan music. So say your prayers, your Hail Marys and Jesuses. Take 2 sticks, tape them together and make a crucifix. Try to stop it, but you can't do it." A whole generation of kids blowing out there to this Kurt Cobain music. Students converted to users. Eminem made it clear that he was after influencing the kids, guiding the kids towards a destructive lifestyle. He made music that served Lucifer, and he didn't even try to hide it. In Biggie's song Dead Wrong, Eminem is featured on it, and we again see Eminem showing what his music was truly about. He rapped, "There's several different levels to devil worshipping," then goes on to say a bunch of satanic things. The devil used Eminem, and for years, he had no problem with this until things started becoming too much for him, as he mentioned in Say Goodbye to Hollywood. What I believe might have messed with Eminem the most was what happened to Proof. I made a full video a couple months back about Proof, Eminem's longtime friend who passed away. In the video, I covered what I believe happened to him. So if you would like the full story on what happened to him, go check it out. In that video, I said that I believe it seems that Proof might have been a sacrificial offering done by Eminem, as even Eminem had released a music video showing Proof meeting the same fate that he did in real life. I don't believe Eminem wanted to do this, but I believe he wasn't given a choice. In my opinion, Eminem had to pay the ultimate price to continue being a star. And like Eminem said in Rock Bottom, he was willing to do anything to make it. In Eminem's song My Darling, Eminem openly admits to selling his soul to the devil and wanting to leave it all behind, but explains that he can't because Lucifer won't let him. In the song, the devil makes it clear that he is still not done using Eminem. Eminem even openly states that rappers sell their souls to make it in the industry. In the song, Eminem raps, "And the dark shall emerge from the fiery depths of hell, then swallow the shell of the hollow who dwell in the shadows of all who are willing to sell their souls for this rap game." Openly, Eminem tells his audience that the rap stars on the top of the music industry are soulless as they traded their souls for fame and fortune. In the hook of the song, Eminem raps as the devil himself, and he tells Eminem that he owns his soul, mind, and body as he raps, "My darling, I don't ever want you to leave me, my darling. You and me were meant to be together, my darling. If I cannot have you, no one can. You're my darling, because I possess your soul, your mind, your heart, and your body." This song is so open, with admitting that Eminem was being.
There are tools for every trade, but the most important ones are attached to our legs.
Being used by Lucifer to influence the masses. Eminem wrote the song, letting the world know he is no longer in control. In another part of the song, Eminem once again openly admits to selling his soul as he raps from the devil's perspective. You sold your soul to me. Need I remind you? You remember that night you pray to God, you give anything to get a record deal? Well, Dre signed you. This is what you wanted your whole life, Marshall, right? Look at this house. Look at these cars. I'm so nice, but you didn't know fame had a price too, that you're just now starting to see the downside to. Lose your best friend from high school, your wife too. Ain't even sure if your kids like you. Come off tour, can't even sleep without NyQuil. This part of the song to me not only confirms that Proof was Eminem's offering to Lucifer, but it also proves that Eminem was a Masonic puppet who wanted to be free but knew it was too late. As we can see, the devil got what he wanted and Eminem went back to making music, even though he never looked or sounded the same. To this day, Eminem is making music serving the agenda, and we see this with his newest upcoming project, Curtain Calls 2. The imagery for the cover art alone is very telling. First, we see Eminem doing the Masonic devil hands while covering one of his eyes to show the one-eye symbolism. We also see 4 timers placed in each corner of the picture. This is the same imagery that we have been seeing recently in pop culture. We saw this in Stranger Things, and we also saw this in Beyonce's 4 Horsemen pictures. Eminem, just like Beyonce and Stranger Things, are marking the arrival of the New World Order. And this is no surprise, as Eminem has always been used to bring in the New World Order. He even rapped about it. In Eminem's song Lose Yourself, Eminem talks about the New World Order. As he raps, his soul's escaping through this hole that is gaping. This world is mine for the taking. Make me king as we move towards a new world order. A normal life is boring. Eminem openly admits to wanting to be king in the new world order that is approaching. He admitted openly that he knows about the plans for a new world order. Eminem has made it known since the beginning he sold his soul and was made into an icon to influence the youth, guiding them to a burning end. To this day, the devil is using Eminem to influence the masses. His goal was to make the generation just like him, and in my opinion, he succeeded. How many of you watching this video were influenced by Eminem? I am not ashamed to admit I was. I was just a child, but Eminem was who I looked up to. He seemed so cool to me. He was famous and said and did whatever he wanted. I felt like he was talking to me through his music. I know some of you are going to say that Eminem's music was supposed to be for adults and that the parents should have kept their kids from listening to it. But Eminem was marketed towards kids. That was his demographic. The youth loved him and wanted to be just like him, and the labels took advantage of this, creating the monster he was. At the end of it all, Eminem gave away his eternal soul. And yes, he might be a king in the new Masonic world, but it won't last forever. Rappers like Eminem is the reason I make these videos. They influence so many people and guide them to a burning end. People praise these rappers and allow them to impact their lives. Eminem knew this, as this is exactly what his song Stan was all about. Like I always say, we must protect our minds. As you can see, they are trying to shape and mold them. My Tupac video was removed and my channel was receiving a copyright strike. I opened up the email and what I saw baffled me. My video was taken down due to Tupac's last photo of him and Suge in the car together that millions of others have used freely. Even more interesting is that my takedown notice stated a person by the name of Leonard Jefferson filed the copyright strike. I had no idea who that person was, but after researching, I found out it was actually the person who took the photo long ago. In my opinion, this just further proves they don't want you guys to know the truth. They knew what I said regarding Tupac was the truth. They went as far as taking down a 9-day-old video with a bogus copyright claim.
I am protected by the Federal Fair Use Act, which allows me to critique and give my opinion on any copyrighted material. What I revealed wasn't supposed to be said. This is why it was taken down. They know that to this day, Tupac has his fans manipulated. I saw a lot of people stating that I was reaching or that I was wrong about Tupac. I want you guys to understand. I myself hope these guys aren't puppets. I grew up listening to Tupac myself, but the truth is the truth. Most of Tupac's story was fabricated to sell records and push an agenda. Tupac claimed to be a Cali rapper when he was born in New York and then lived in Baltimore. He didn't even get to LA until he was a little over 17 years old. Just 3 years later, he was touring with Digital Underground as a roadie and a backup dancer. Tupac was not a gangster. He was acting as a gangster. Tupac was an actor who was used to push the gangster rap agenda, manipulating the minds of millions, guiding them to live a destructive life, all while the record labels made hundreds of millions. Even Tupac's ex-girlfriend claims that Tupac told her he signed this soul away when he signed to Suge.
I was there when, Suge came and he signed his contract. The lawyer came and they spoke, and he knew that he was going to be getting that appeal. So he knew that he was going to be getting that appeal and he was going to be getting out. And I knew as well. I was there.
What was his feelings about Suge Knight?
I think he liked him. He felt that that was a power move, to align himself with him. And, but he did make a comment one time, he's signing his soul to the devil to take care of his family. He's signing his soul to the devil to take care of his family. Because, I guess if he wasn't in that predicament, maybe he would not have went.
As you heard for yourself, Tupac admitted this to his own ex-girlfriend. Now, the rest of this video is going to be the original Tupac video, and I would truly appreciate it if those that watch it, rewatch it, and share it. The information on this video is important, and it can help people see the truth. In the 90s, Tupac was one of the most popular rappers in the world. His music was loved by millions upon millions of his fans. His rebellious but lovable attitude got him the praise he needed to be a rap superstar. Tupac, to this day, is considered to be one of the greatest rappers to have ever lived. We already know, for an artist to reach the level Tupac reached in the music industry, they must pay the ultimate price. To many, this doesn't seem like what happened with Tupac. People felt that he never sold out, as they saw him as one of the only rappers who was against the Illuminati. So then how exactly did Tupac become such a mega star, and was he ever truly against the industry? As much as it appeared that Tupac was against the Masonic Order with his Illuminati album, this just isn't true. After researching Tupac for months to make this video, I was able to find proof that points to Tupac selling his soul and becoming a Masonic puppet, as he admits this himself. I do believe at one point, Tupac might have no longer wanted to serve the Masonic agenda like we have seen many artists do after him. Tupac's career took off in the 90s during the beginning of the gangster rap era. The gangster rap era had just become mainstream after NWA made gangster rap popular. This meant that the record labels were only looking for rappers that were making gangster rap music. Tupac embodied the entire gangster rap image. He went as far as tattooing thug life on his stomach. But was Tupac really a thug? The thing is, a lot of Tupac's story seems to be created to fit his gangster rap persona. Tupac, in a few ways, is like Drake. For example, Tupac was one of the greatest of his time. Drake is also considered one of the greatest of his time. Tupac rapped about being a thug, even though he wasn't, and Drake sometimes does the same exact thing. Tupac was an actor before a rapper, and so was Drake. It's clear to me that Tupac's entire image was fabricated by the record labels. Tupac was never a thug. He was a theater student who even did ballet.
I auditioned for the Baltimore School of Performing Arts, but I started to have it a lot of times. I spent 3 years in Baltimore, my high school years. I made a lot of friends, like John Cole and Jada Pinkett. I loved my classes. We were exposed to everything, theater, ballet.
As you heard for yourself, Tupac admits to being a theater student and staying away from trouble. In one of his high school interviews when he was 17, we hear Tupac speaking on his life, and he sounds nothing like the thug he claims to be.
Okay, my name is Tupac Shakur, and I attend Tamalpais High School at 17 years old.
Do you like 17?
And it's like 17 is such a weird age. It's such in the middle age. You're not 18 yet, and you're older than 16. But I like it. It's nice. It's like a learning stage for me.
As you heard for yourself, Tupac sounds like a good kid who seemed to have stayed out of trouble and participated in theater for most of his childhood. Tupac was an actor, acting like a thug to sell records. Even fellow actor Marlon Wayans stated this in an interview.
Had a special relationship with Tupac. Talk about that.
And me and Pac had a great relationship. You know what's great about Pac? Everybody think he was like this thug, this gangster. He's a performing arts high school kid. Okay, Pac was very smart. He was very silly. He was a clown, and he wasn't a real gangster, but he act gangster, and he's method actor. So he went a little bit too far. He overcommitted. But tell he wasn't a gangster because he had the softest hands you ever wanted to like touch on a man. Like no has hands like this hard. No, it was like. I call him a Palmolive thug. He put it, come here, let's just give you this gentle hand. It was soft. Then he had these long eyelashes, looked like Snuffleupagus. Just like, none of this. I'm a dog.
Sold the role though.
He did.
He sold that and juice.
As you heard for yourself, Marlon Wayans states that Tupac was just a good method actor who bought into his role. In my opinion, I believe Tupac knew that if he wanted to sell records and be popular, he would have to embody the gangster rap image. The record labels used Tupac to push the gangster rap agenda to his fans. Tupac was such a good actor that he managed to fool the world and even himself into believing that he really was a thug, when in reality, he was a theater student at heart. Tupac sold his soul in order to be a superstar. This is how he was able to grow to superstardom. The record labels in the 90s and the 2000s were pushing the gangster rap agenda heavily. Just about every rapper was rapping as a gangster rapper, whether they were gangster or not. This influenced an entire generation of people to live thug lives, falling for the exact trap that the elite created for them. Tupac knew he was playing a role in the destruction of his own people, but he wanted the fame and money. Tupac himself knew he sold his soul. He actually admitted it in 2 different occasions. In the song Good Life, Tupac openly admits to selling his soul for his success. In the song he raps, was so money-oriented, initiated as a thug, fiending for wicked adventures, ambitious as I was. Picture me on the verge of living insane. I sold my soul for a chance to kick it and bang. Now tell me if I'm wrong, but saying F the world got you deeper in my songs. Openly, Tupac admits to not only selling his soul, but being initiated as a thug, which I interpreted as Pac admitting to being marketed as a thug after taking his deal. Tupac admits to being a studio gangster. He admits to selling out to push the gangster rap agenda. We can see that Tupac had no issues openly admitting that he sold his soul. And this isn't the only time either, as he did it again in another song by a rapper Scarface he's featured on called Smile. In the song Smile, Tupac raps, selling my soul for material wishes, fast cars and women, wishing I lived my life a legend, immortalized in pictures, why shed tears, save your sympathy. Again, Tupac admits that he sold his soul to have the world. Tupac wasn't innocent. He knew he was pushing an agenda, and he was okay with it as long as he got what he wanted. Like he said, he traded his everlasting soul to be immortalized. He wanted the world, and this is exactly what he got. He is now remembered as a rap legend, but was it truly worth it? In this photo here, we see Tupac showing the famous bathtub rebirth scene. Even though he isn't in a bath of blood, he is in a bath of gold. This photo represents his satanic rebirth, selling his soul for endless riches, giving in to his materialism. Many people point to his Illuminati album as proof that Pac was against the Masonic order. The thing is, Tupac had already taken the oath. It appears to me that Tupac was just again playing a character he was instructed to play. The Masons love duality. This means they love playing the villain and the hero, but it all still represents the same agenda. Even the album cover for his Illuminati album is blasphemous. On the album cover, it states that in no way was his album cover trying to disrespect Jesus. The thing is, that's like getting caught stealing and saying that you were in no way trying to steal. Tupac did what we have seen so many celebrities do to this day, mock Jesus' sacrifice for our sins. We are still seeing this type of imagery coming from the entertainment industry, as just recently Kendrick painted himself as a Christ-like figure for one of his performances. I am not going to deny that at first it did look like what happened to Tupac could have been a result of him trying to break his oath and leave the industry behind, especially with the imagery his Illuminati album was showing. The album cover clearly predicts Tupac being sacrificed as if he were Jesus. The thing is, Tupac's passing seemed to actually be a result of unnecessary street beef. Like I said earlier, Tupac was a method actor who went too far. That night that Tupac passed was one of those days that he went too far. A little altercation where Pac wanted to prove his gangster seems to be what cost him everything. The main reason I don't believe Pac was taken out by the Masonic Order was because Suge Knight was in the car next to Pac. Unless those in charge wanted Tupac and Suge Knight gone, it wouldn't make sense to come after Pac while Suge was in the car. What happened to Pac seems to be 100% street beef. If the Masons wanted both Suge and Tupac gone, then Suge would have eventually shared the same fate as Tupac. In my opinion, both Tupac and Suge were Masonic puppets who were making the labels tons of money and were aligned with the agenda. I simply do not see any real evidence that the Masonic Order would have wanted them out of the way. If Pac would have never tried to prove he was a thug, he would most likely still be here pushing their Masonic agenda. Some of Pac's songs appear to be spreading a positive message, like his song Changes, but I don't think he was truly against the agenda, as most of his music still heavily pushed the gangster agenda. In my opinion, Tupac was just a talented kid who wanted to make it in the entertainment industry. He was willing to sell his soul and be used to push the gangster agenda, influencing millions of kids in urban communities to follow a path of destruction. The Masons created these icons for the world to worship, and this is exactly what Tupac was, an icon. This is why he became so popular, because those in charge wanted to make sure he influenced as many people as possible. Tupac was forever immortalized by the labels to ensure his influence will last through generations. It is no coincidence he worked with Dr. Dre, as I already explained that Dr. Dre was also used to push the gangster rap agenda. Suge Knight also played a large role in pushing the gangster rap agenda to the masses. If you guys would like to see a full video on Suge Knight, comment Suge Knight below. As much as it appeared that Tupac was against the agenda, to me, it doesn't seem like the truth. Tupac took the oath like the rest of the superstars, and unfortunately for him, the image he was portraying cost him everything. Many people think that Tupac is still alive, and in my opinion, I doubt this. So many people have reporting sightings of Tupac, but I myself cannot find concrete evidence of this being true. The labels have been pushing the gangster agenda for years, an agenda that is still destroying our people to this day. Like I always say, we must not allow these artists to manipulate our minds. When the music industry is pushing an artist like they were pushing Tupac, that should already be a big red flag that the Masonic Order is behind them. Tupac was propped up by the industry and turned into a superstar for a reason. This was done to be able to influence the minds of the masses. We must remember every day we wake up, our souls are at stake. And we also must remember to help those who can't see the truth find the truth. Well, that's it for this video. Thank you all for watching, and I'll Thank you for joining me for this Truth Talk video. In today's episode, we'll be talking about DMX's battle for his soul. But before we begin, I just wanted to remind you guys that if you would like to further support the channel, join the Truth Movement. I have launched the Truth Movement on YouTube because I am trying to raise enough money to get Truth Records off the ground and release some music this year. On this channel, we often talk about the problems the music industry is causing. Now, I would like to try my best to offer a solution by pushing positive music through Truth Records. The same way they use music to destroy us, we will use it to save our people. So if you would like to further support the channel and get some cool perks along with it, join the Truth Movement by hitting the join button below or by clicking the link in the description. Thank you all. Now let's get right into it. In the late 90s, early 2000s, DMX was one of the biggest rappers in the world, dropping several hit records, certifying him as a legend in hip-hop. But just a few short years later, DMX would be on the opposite end of things, as he would disappear from the spotlight, being arrested repeatedly and spending several years behind bars. DMX went from being the biggest rapper in the world to a prison inmate who was slowly losing it all. The entire time DMX was on the rise and becoming famous, he let the world know exactly what he paid for that fame. DMX openly confessed to the world that he sold his soul to the devil, and he also showed the world his struggles on trying to get his soul back. By the end of this episode, you will see with your own eyes DMX's deal with the devil and his eventual battle for his soul. DMX would blow up and reach superstardom after his debut album, It's Dark and Hell is Hot, sold millions of copies and went on to rise to platinum certification. On that album, DMX had a song called Damien, a very dark, eerie song that depicted a deal with the devil for success and fame. A story we have heard plenty of times before on this channel. But before we go into the lyrics of that song, it's important to note that DMX had been signed to a major record label since 1991 after Columbia Records found him in the Vibe magazine unsigned hype column. DMX wouldn't see any real commercial success until 1998 when he released the single Get At Me Dog off his upcoming 1999 debut studio album, It's Dark and Hell is Hot. Everything about this album is symbolic of DMX's deal with the devil. The name of the album clearly says it all. It's dark and hell is hot, clearly acknowledging that his music was dark and being used to guide his audience to a burning end. The most telling evidence of his deal with the devil was his song Damien, a song that openly depicts DMX selling his soul and serving Lucifer for his success. In the song, DMX is heard speaking to a man called Damien, who represents the devil, and he offers DMX the world just to serve him. In the song, DMX raps, "Why is it every move I make turns out to be a bad one? Where's my guardian angel? Need one. I wish I had one." Damien replies, "I'm right here, shorty. I'ma hold you down. I'ma show you how." DMX responds, "But who?" With Damien responding, "Name's D like you, but my friends call me Damien, and I'ma put you hip to something about this game we in. You and me could take it there, and you'll be the hottest ever living. That's a given. You'll see." DMX responds, "That's what I've been wanting all my life." As you can see, it's obvious D is the devil himself, and DMX is referring to his alliance with Lucifer. We see that DMX opens the song wishing he had a guardian angel, and then Damien replies that he's right here, shorty. This proves that Damien is indeed supposed to represent Lucifer, as Lucifer is a fallen angel. This is why when DMX calls out for a guardian angel, Damien answers his call, stating that he is right here because Damien is Lucifer, and Lucifer is a fallen angel. This openly proves that DMX is talking about Lucifer when he refers to Damien. This is why Damien offers DMX the world, telling him he's going to let him know something about the game they're in. Damien tells DMX that together they can make him the hottest ever living. Open as day, DMX was letting the world know he sold his soul and was willing to serve Lucifer in order to be the biggest star in the world. The hook of the song is also very telling, as he raps, "The snake, the rat, the cat, the dog. How you gonna see him if you're living in the fog?" These lyrics are actually very important, and I'm going to tell you exactly why. What DMX means by these lyrics is how are you going to spot the workings of the devil when you're living in a world that's consumed by it? You can't spot the evil if you can't see it because you're living in it. Just like we saw in the Matrix movies, everybody living in the Matrix, but a few were clueless that they were actually in the Matrix. This is exactly what these lyrics represent. How are you going to spot the evil if they have programmed us to think it's normal? In the second verse, he states something very important when he raps as Damien. "I'm about to have you driving, probably a Benz, but we gotta stay friends. Blood out, blood in." DMX responds, "Sounds good to me. What I got to lose?" Damien then responds, "I'm nothing I can think of." DMX responds, "Anyone would choose. Got me pushing the whips, taking trips across seas, pockets stay laced. I floss G's. For that I will bleed. Give him my right hand. Now that I think about it, yo, that's my man." Open as day, DMX talks about taking an oath and even being reborn through Lucifer. DMX openly talks about Damien giving him everything he wants and how he would bleed for Damien and give him his right hand. After reading these lyrics, you can see that DMX clearly sold his soul. And if we look at his career from that moment on, it was obvious this is what seems to have happened. See, DMX was signed for years before he took off. It wasn't until he released his debut album 8 years later that he saw any real success. It's not a coincidence that his first album will have a song talking about selling his soul to the devil, and the album itself being called It's Dark and Hell is Hot. DMX would also sign to Def Jam Records in 1998, around the same time he wrote the Damien song. All the proof points to DMX selling his soul, as it was the way he was able to finally blow up and become a mega star. We see even more proof of DMX selling his soul and being reborn through Lucifer in his second album, Flesh of My Flesh, Blood of My Blood, released the same year as his first album. This time, the album cover openly shows DMX performing a rebirth ritual as he's pictured covered in blood for his album cover. We heard DMX reference his rebirth ritual in the Damien song, where he talks about serving Damien and proving his loyalty with blood out and blood in. This album cover represents his rebirth and is the reason DMX was becoming the biggest star in rap. Lucifer was using him to influence the world. In this album, there's a song called Omen that is a continuation to the Damien song. This Omen song features no other than Marilyn Manson, a open Satanist who openly serves Lucifer. DMX's music really had nothing in common with Marilyn Manson, but they were both serving the same masters. In this Omen song, DMX not only confirms that Damien is Lucifer and that he sold his soul to him, but he also seems to want out of his deal with the devil, like we have seen many artists in the past. In the song, DMX raps as Damien. Wasn't acting like that when you asked for that favor. DMX responds, "Yo, I ain't asked you for nothing." Damien replies, "Oh yes you did. When you really needed something, then you allowed me to give it to you? You sold me your soul when you didn't say no." DMX replies, "Just let me go," with Damien responding, "Now give me what you owe. What were you thinking? Ain't nothing for free. Ain't nobody you know can defeat me." DMX replies, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned, and with your help, I know the devil won't win." As open as day, DMX confessed to the world that he made a deal with the devil and was serving him. DMX also mentions calling on the Lord, which I believe is when the battle for his soul began. In the bridge of the song, we even hear Marilyn Manson singing about taking everyone to hell, even admitting that they know what they do and that they do it well. In the bridge, Marilyn Manson sings, "Take you all on your way to hell. We know what we do and we do it well," openly confessing that they were guiding their fans to a burning end. I don't understand how people can hear these songs and think nothing of it, especially when you see the album cover for the album the song is on. People refuse to see the truth, even when it's right in their faces. DMX making a song with Marilyn Manson is already questionable. Add in that he admits to selling his soul to the devil, and he called the song Omen, should raise a big red flag. In DMX's music video for Slipping, which is in the Flesh of My Flesh, Blood of My Blood album, we see DMX portraying himself in hell with what appears to be tormented souls all around him that are stuck in a burning end. The imagery is very telling, and I believe it depicts what DMX represented at the time, guiding souls to a burning end. DMX was being used to spread destructive morals to the masses. His music often promoted evil to his fans. He spread this evil music to his own people in urban communities, influencing them to live destructive lives, selling out his own people so he can live like a god. I believe that after DMX sold his soul and made it, he wasn't proud of his decision. He started realizing that nothing Lucifer gave him would truly fill his soul. DMX wanted out of his deal with the devil and no longer wanted to serve him. And we can see that as he started recording songs where he would mention Jesus and God and asking for forgiveness. The thing is, with all my research done on DMX, it doesn't seem like he was ever able to escape Lucifer's chains. The reason for this, in my opinion, is because DMX has always had a weakness, his addictions. Sadly, these addictions always seem to control DMX's decisions in his life. Throughout DMX's life, he would go on to be arrested over 30 times, with majority of those arrests happening after he was famous. Most of his arrests were directly tied to his addiction problems. Lucifer uses everything and anything against those who are trying to leave him to keep them from making their way back to God. It appeared that the moment DMX tried to turn his back on serving Lucifer's agenda, he was no longer allowed to have a successful career. The songs that he did make praising God and asking for forgiveness didn't get the same amount of attention. During one of DMX's prison stays, he was interviewed and he spoke about God and the devil.
In Arizona, man, and I remember one day coming from the studio at 6 o'clock in the morning and pulling over on the highway. We like 4 cars, just to watch the sunrise. And it was at that point that I fell in love with Arizona. I said, you know what, this has to be God's country, because I'd never seen anything as beautiful as that sunrise. Then I met the devil in God's country, and it's not so much who, it's what, what happens and things that the devil does. It's not so much a person, even though he acts through people. You can't call one person the devil. Joe Arpaio? You can't call any one person the devil. You can't do that because no one person has enough power to be the devil. It's through all these hardships that I realized that, this is God's country because I met the devil here. Because if I hadn't met the devil here, I wouldn't realize I was strong enough to overcome the obstacles that the devil would place in my path. And it's by overcoming these obstacles that I realized that this is God's country. Because
he helped me get over these obstacles. He helped me get over these hurdles.
Okay, so but when you're done here, we're
Yeah.
out of here.
I'm not looking back.
You're not coming back?
No, I'm not coming back.
As you heard for yourself, DMX speaks about meeting the devil and knowing that God is real because he knows the devil is real. DMX also seems like he indeed wants to change his life around, like he wanted to break the chains Lucifer had over him. He was speaking on God helping him get through the obstacles Lucifer had put in front of him. He also talks about how Lucifer is not just one person, but that he works through many different people. DMX knows this firsthand, as he was used by Lucifer to guide the masses to a burning end. In that interview, DMX looks honest and seems as if he truly wants to be on the right path. The thing is, it sadly didn't seem like he was ever able to free himself from the chains that Lucifer had on him, and his battle for his soul continued. As hard as DMX tried, he couldn't free himself from his addictions. He couldn't escape the life Lucifer created for him because, in my opinion, he was so far gone. He battled for his soul to the very end, and sadly, it did come to an end. Unfortunately, it seems that even though the industry had turned their backs on DMX, DMX seemed to make his way back to it. In 2019, DMX resigned to Def Jam Records, and Def Jam announced that DMX had came home. It appears that DMX chose to go back to the industry he once was criticizing, and sadly continued to be used to push the agenda. Even though I do believe that if DMX was given the right help and enough time, he could have made his way back to God and freed himself of the chains Lucifer had on his soul. But sadly, he wouldn't live long enough to do so. I believe Lucifer might have known this as well, and chose to do what he said he was going to do all the way back in the Omen song, collect his soul before DMX tried to make his way back to God again. On April 9, 2021, DMX unfortunately passed, losing his battle with his addictions. Sadly, it seems like Lucifer wouldn't allow DMX to leave his side this time. DMX was found unresponsive in his home after he had a heart attack caused by his addictions. Lucifer knew DMX was special with his words. He knew he could influence the world, so he attached himself to DMX since DMX was very young. DMX had a hard life full of darkness. This made it easier for Lucifer to influence him and eventually consume him and use him to get to millions of people. DMX gained the whole world at the price of his eternal soul. When he had the world, you can tell he still felt empty. Even though DMX wasn't able to free himself from Lucifer's chains, his life still shows a great example on just how much God is patient with his people. You must remember, God would always be waiting on you, and he would always forgive you as long as you're sincere. With God's help and dedication, you can free yourself of whatever Lucifer has over you. This is what DMX wanted to represent, and I respect him for that. He can still help others see the truth by his life playing an example of what the true price of selling your soul is. Like I always say, we must remember that every day we wake up, our souls are at stake. We must not allow them to guide us to a burning end. Well, that's it for this video.
Excuse me. Ooh. All right, folks, just got a couple more artists to expose, and I'll let people on for a little bit. So let's go.
As well. Thank you for joining me for this Truth Talk episode. In today's episode, we'll be talking about Justin Bieber. Let's get right into it. In 2009, a 15-year-old Justin Bieber had just debuted his first project and quickly became one of the biggest pop stars in the world. 13 years later, Justin still remains a pop star with millions of fans. The difference between the old Justin and the new and improved Justin is that he claims to be a Christian now, who has given his life to Christ. Notice how I said he claims to be a Christian. The reason I said this is because I'm simply not buying it. I know I don't have the right to say if a person is a Christian or not, but I do have a right to be skeptical, especially when it comes to a person like Justin Bieber. At this point, we already know that the biggest artists at the top of the music industry are Masonic puppets serving an agenda. This is what I've always seen Justin as, a Masonic puppet who was picked up by the industry and molded to push their agenda. In recent years, we have been seeing a few artists who out the blue claim to be Christian artists like Kanye West and Justin Bieber, who even go as far as making songs about God, giving praise to Jesus. The thing is, are these artists truly Christian, or are they just using God to sell more records and manipulate their fans? Anybody can wake up tomorrow and say they're Christian or that they've turned to God, but we the people won't know if they're being honest. The only true way to tell if someone has turned to God is through their actions. In my opinion, neither Justin or Kanye have shown any proof to me that proves they're being honest. Justin and Kanye, to me, both seem like they're being instructed by handlers, and this is all part of their deception. The fact that both Justin and Kanye were together with Marilyn Manson at one of Kanye's church services should speak volumes of who Justin and Kanye truly serve. I have mentioned before, any artist who chooses to be around Marilyn Manson is a Satanist. The fact that Kanye would have Marilyn Manson at a church service is blasphemous. Marilyn Manson is the same man who countless times has ripped pages out of the Bible and ate them in front of his fans. The same man who made an entire career disrespecting God and his people publicly, and to this day has never came out to apologize. It always fascinates me how pop culture always attacks Christianity, but seems to always leave other religions alone. The fact that Kanye and Justin would even want to be around Marilyn Manson, let alone invite him to a church, should have been more than enough to have woken people up to see what's really going on. Kanye having Marilyn Manson at his church service was a mockery and just proves how much Kanye has manipulated his fans. For those who are going to comment that Jesus hung around with sinners, this is not the same. We are all sinners, every last single one of us, but we are nothing like Marilyn Manson. He is a Satanist who chooses to represent evil and praise the devil. I don't think Jesus would have hung around the devil or people who represent him, especially not a man like Marilyn Manson who has chosen to openly mock God. The reason that Kanye West, Justin Bieber, and Marilyn Manson were all together is because they're all serving the same masters. It is clear to me that Justin has been a Masonic puppet since he was picked up by his manager and record executive, Scooter Braun. Scooter Braun is a very rich and powerful record executive, and he is the manager of many other Masonic puppets like Ariana Grande, J Balvin, and Demi Lovato. It seems to me that Justin was molded into a Masonic puppet, just like we saw with Chris Brown. Early in Justin's career, when he was still a kid, we saw him openly showing he was a Masonic puppet. As in this picture, we can see him doing the all-seeing eye pose. Clearly and openly, Justin was showing the world what he was being used for. When the label signed Justin, they started conditioning him, making sure he aligns with their agenda. There's many other photos of Justin doing the all-seeing eye pose throughout his career, which clearly shows, even after he was no longer a kid, he still chose to serve the agenda. Justin also has an all-seeing eye tattooed on his arm. He claims it's his mother's eye, but we already know what this truly represents. Just like another tattoo he has of an owl. We already know what the owl represents. It was a part of the original Illuminati's logo, and is the statue that is worshipped by those who attend the Bohemian Grove. The owl was supposed to represent Moloch, the demon that the Knights of Templars used to worship. You might also recognize this owl as the same exact mascot of Drake's OVO record label. Justin and Drake are both top-tier superstars who are extremely influential. I believe they have the owl tattoo because they were most likely chosen for a higher purpose in the agenda. You can even see Justin strategically showing his all-seeing eye tattoo next to his owl chain, openly showing his alliance. In another one of Justin's music videos called Where Are You Now, I found open as day proof that Justin is a Masonic puppet. The music video for Where Are You Now was supposed to be some sort of art project idea where some of Justin's fans were able to sketch on photos of Justin. Some of these sketches would end up making it into the music video. The thing is, I found that a lot of these sketches had similar imagery, painting Justin as a fallen angel and the devil. I believe most of these sketches weren't actually done by Justin's fans, but instead by Justin's team themselves. In order to really be able to see anything in the video, you would have to really slow it down and go frame by frame. When I did this, what I saw was truly disturbing. Frame after frame, we can see Justin painted as some sort of fallen angel, with wings and in some instances horns on his head. They even show frames where Justin has an angel and a demon on his shoulder, with the next frame showing Justin as a demon. In many different frames, we see Justin in front of a pyramid, openly representing the Masonic all-seeing eye. They also have another frame where 666 is hidden into the background. The frame that I truly found disturbing was the one that openly said, "Love the devil back and kill the poor." openly showing exactly what agenda is being pushed. Frames like this one, to me, proves that Justin's team were behind most of these. If they weren't, then why wouldn't they have taken these frames out? These frames are in the music video for a reason. Many of these frames even have swirls drawn all over them. According to the FBI, these swirls are used by sick men who should never be allowed around children. To me, this frame becomes even more disturbing when in another frame they show this behind Justin, with Justin having horns on his head. You guys should already know what this is a nod to. Even more open proof that Justin is a Masonic puppet is this frame right here. Open as day, not even trying to hide it. They drew the Masonic square and compasses into the background with the Masonic all-seeing eye in the corner. People don't want to believe it, but the Freemasons are truly behind all big celebrities. The imagery in this music video is open as day. Justin is a Masonic puppet serving Lucifer. I think it's nonsense they want people to believe that random people all made Justin look the same way, like a devil, and even put the Mason symbol in the video. This was done strategically. Only the subconscious was going to be able to pick these images up at the speed they were going by. If you aren't able to fully slow down the video, you won't be able to catch any of this stuff. Many people also claim that Justin's music video for Yummy was supposed to expose the industry, but I can't seem to find any proof of that. The music video just seems to show Justin joining the people that appear to be the elite of the world. I don't really see any signs that show Justin was trying to expose anything. If you guys find anything in the video that proves he's exposing the industry, let me know below. In my opinion, I believe Justin Bieber, just like Kanye, started claiming to be a Christian to fix their public image. These celebrities know that those who are Christian will show support and accept anyone who claims to have turned to God. Justin had ruined his public image and gained a reputation of an arrogant pop star. Things got even worse when a recording of Justin was leaked to the world that contained Justin singing an offensive song in which he dropped the N-word. Before Justin started portraying himself as a Christian, his career seemed to be ending. But instead of that happening, he was rebranded as a man of God, and his past is now behind him. And sadly, this worked perfectly. The thing is, Justin is still in the same circles, working for the same record label that still pushes the same agenda. I think if Justin had truly become a man of God, his music career would have been over. He would have been removed from the music industry as he no longer aligns with the morals these record labels are pushing. In my opinion, artists like Justin Bieber and Kanye West are being used to infiltrate the Christian faith. The best way to get people is from the inside, and this is what we're seeing with Justin and Kanye. They are sent in to confuse God's people, to make people put their guards down when it comes to letting these artists influence them. This way, these artists can influence the masses and lead them away from God. All these artists claim to worship God, but their songs and actions clearly says otherwise. I can be wrong about Justin, and if I am, I would be man enough to admit it. But as of right now, with the evidence I am seeing, it appears that Justin is just another Masonic puppet made icon for the masses to worship. For those that want my advice, I would advise you to always question these big artists who one day to the next become Christians. Historically, many people have taken advantage of Christian people, using religion to make money and push their agenda. The music business is a shady place, and nothing is off limits. Anything can be done to sell records and manipulate the minds. We as the targeted consumers need to look out for ourselves in order to protect our minds. Like I always say, we must remember to help those who can't see the truth find the truth.
The truth is, Rihanna has managed to reach the tippity top of the music industry and become one of pop music's biggest stars. It's been nothing but a long, luxurious career for Rihanna since the start of it, managing to acquire some of the music industry's biggest achievements and successfully crossing over to the fashion and beauty world. What if I told you that Rihanna, the worldwide lovable pop star, had dark secrets on how she made it in the industry that she wouldn't want you to know? Rihanna was willing to sell her soul to the devil and align herself with the agenda in order to achieve her dreams of becoming a pop star. Join me in this episode as we uncover the dark truth about Rihanna. Rihanna was born February 20th, 1988 in St. Michael's, Barbados. Rihanna, like many children who grew up in a third world country, had a difficult upbringing and made the best with what she had. She would help her father sell clothes on the streets in order to make extra money for the family. Rihanna's father was an abusive drunk who would routinely assault her mother. He also had a serious crack cocaine addiction and would go on drug binges, throwing him into rages where he would start assaulting Rihanna's mother. Rihanna even claims that she would try to get in between them while her dad was attacking her mom, trying to break it up. This obviously had a traumatic effect on young Rihanna. When Rihanna was a child, she suffered from severe migraines. A doctor at one point even considered it being a brain tumor. She would eventually recover from this as her home life would start to improve after her parents split up and her father removed himself from the home. When Rihanna was in her teenage years, she would be recruited by a military program where she would eventually become an Army cadet. Rihanna in 2003 decided that she wanted to pursue a music career and formed a girl group with two of her school friends. They managed to get in a hotel room with Evan Rogers, a music producer who just happened to be vacationing in Barbados. Rogers would have them perform for him in the hotel room, where he decided that he was only interested in Rihanna and would meet with her mother the next day. Her mother agreed that Rihanna can work on music as long as she still attended school, so they signed a production deal with Rogers' production company, Syndicated Rhythm. Rihanna would get to work creating a demo with 3 songs that took a whole year to record. One of those songs were Pon the Replay. Rihanna's demo was then shipped to Def Jam Records, where 2 A&Rs would get a hand of it and show it to Jay-Z. In 2005, Rihanna was then flown to New York City, where she would meet with Jay-Z and the rest of Def Jam Records. She would perform for the label, with them being blown away. L.A. Reid, the head of the label at the time, told Jay-Z not to let Rihanna leave the building without her signing that deal. He would eventually sign her to a 6-album deal at exactly 3 in the morning. Rihanna would start to perfect her debut album for the next few months. She would release her lead single, Pon the Replay, and it would land at number 2 on the Billboard charts, marking the start of her long, luxurious music career. This is what you may already know about Rihanna, but the truth is much more sinister than this. If you are like me, then you like to question certain things that don't make much sense. Like, how does a teenage girl in Barbados with no musical connections or money whatsoever get in a hotel room with an American music producer? Let's be honest, this simply just doesn't happen. I believe that Rihanna sold her soul to the devil to achieve her dreams and become a star. With Rihanna littering her music with satanic imagery, it's clear to see what she represents. In order to even be on Def Jam's roster, you must take the oath and align yourself with Lucifer. Def Jam, which is represented by Jay-Z, one of Crowley's biggest admirers, shows time and time again his admiration for the self-proclaimed wickedest man in the world. The first thing that stood out to me was how Rihanna was discovered. What were 3 teenage girls doing in a hotel room alone with a grown man? Let's be honest. Many of us know that the entertainment industry is littered with pervs who tend to like younger girls. They love flying overseas to third world countries where money can buy them anything, even hooking up with young girls. This allows them to participate in their sick desires and keep them from getting caught. Now you tell me, why else would he meet 3 teenage girls in a hotel room alone? Even when he talks about this event, he explains that he didn't even know Rihanna can sing because pretty girls usually can't sing. He wasn't in Barbados looking for talent either. He was on vacation looking for a good time. I believe after he got what he wanted, he realized that he can use Rihanna because of her looks. He even states that her aura and her figure convinced him she had the it factor before she would even sing. The next thing that stood out to me was her deal. The fact that they made her wait until exactly 3 a.m. to sign that deal definitely means something. The deal's also for 6 albums. What is strange about this is that most business deals take place in the morning during business hours. Why did they have to wait until exactly 3 a.m. to have her sign? Well, like I said earlier in the video, Def Jam is heavy into Satanism, and 3 a.m. is the beginning of the witching hour. Satanists love to reference this hour as the unholy hour. They tend to participate in satanic rituals during this hour. The next obvious thing I noticed was the routine good girl gone bad image. Like I said before in multiple videos, the record labels love presenting their young pop stars as good girls gone bad. This allows parents to let their guards down and allow their children to listen to the music. Then once they start to age and they win the public's trust, they flip her image into a bad girl, making them overly sexual and flipping their entire message. Parents don't even notice as their kids start to slowly change alongside the music. Rihanna also loves to litter her music with satanic symbolism. She went viral online in the conspiracy community a while back when she released her video for S&M, which is clearly supposed to represent the satanic sex parties that the Freemasons host. In the video, there's a scene where Rihanna is dancing in front of a screen with the words behind her, Illuminati Princess, popping up. In the video, she's promoting S&M and bondage to her fans. Rihanna would also admit selling her soul herself on her song Umbrella, the very first song where she introduced herself in her new bad girl image alongside of Jay-Z. They depict her indoctrination into her new satanic lifestyle. They even show her initiation ritual and sacrifice, depicting her in white to symbolize losing her purity and her transformation into a quote-unquote bad girl. In the lyrics of the song, she states that she took an oath and she's going to stick it out to the end. The whole song, she is stating her admiration and her love for Lucifer for awarding her with her dreams. Rihanna has also depicted herself taking the oath on her videos for the song Better Have My Money. At the end of the video, she sacrifices a woman she kidnaps at the beginning of the video. She is seen sitting on a chest full of money while she's covered in blood naked. This very scene symbolizes her rebirth. It's clear what Rihanna's purpose is, as she promotes a good girl image that has been corrupted. She makes living a life of sin look pleasant and desirable, pushing a blatant satanic agenda to her mostly female fans as they blindly follow it. She aligned herself with Jay-Z from the start of her career, a man who has built an entire career by using Freemasonic principles. If you would like to see a full video on Jay-Z, let me know in the comment section. If at least 30 people comment Jay-Z, the next video I'll work on will be about him. Rihanna was willing to do anything in her life to make it to where she is. She had no problem selling her soul and taking the satanic oath and serving Lucifer. She spreads the agenda so she may please Lucifer and continues to have everything she desires. We must remember as we listen to these artists, we cannot allow them to manipulate us. We must stay aware of their goal and know that they are trying to affect you and your way of thinking and change your behaviors. They know music can program you. That's why the Masons have used it to brainwash the masses since the beginning. If we come together and spread the truth, we can help change things for the better, so that we may all live in a fair, honest world. Thank you for watching The Truth Is. If you would like to further support my channel, the link to my Patreon. The truth is, Ariana Grande is currently one of the biggest pop stars out. With countless hit songs and a massive loyal fan base, it's safe to say that Grande isn't going anywhere anytime soon. With her rise to fame being due to no other than Nickelodeon, most people see Grande
as a clean-cut image pop star, with Grande receiving support from her young female fans all over the world. What if I told you that this was far from the truth? That Grande had dark secrets she wouldn't want the public to know. There's been many sinister events that surround the pop star's career. Join me in this episode as we uncover the dark truth about Ariana Grande. Ariana Grande was born June 26, 1993 in Boca Raton, Florida. Growing up in an upper-class family, Grande was able to live in a privileged household. Grande would get into acting and singing at a young age and was able to land the role on a Broadway show named 13 when she was only 15 years old. Then she would end up getting casted on a few small TV roles. This would lead her to landing a recurring role on the hit children's TV show Victorious, which was created by Dan Schneider, someone we'll be getting further into later in this video. Grande would play the role as Kat on the show and was often portrayed as the slow character who was clueless. She would go on to record a song called Give It Up for the show. This would begin her interest in music, as she would start recording covers of big songs of the time and post them on her YouTube channel. This would turn out to be the best thing that Grande did, as she would be discovered on a YouTube video by the head of Republic Records. After hearing her incredible vocal range and her whistle register, which was rare for a singer to have, they quickly signed her and started production on her music. Ariana Grande will go on to release a song with Mac Miller back in 2013 called The Way, which landed her on the Billboard charts and started her career. After this, Grande will go on to release several hits and tour internationally. This is what many of you may already know about Grande, but what most of you don't know is that there's more sinister details to her story. With her introduction to Hollywood being by no other than Dan Schneider, a man with a terrible dark past in Hollywood. Dan, who has been previously accused of abusing his young actors, strangely had a close relationship with Grande. Often, Grande would be seen hugging on him and smiling while around him. What is strange is that Dan Schneider liked Grande so much that he even gave her own show, alongside of Jeanette McCurdy, who many of you may know from playing Sam on iCarly. The show, Sam and Cat, only lasted one season. After this, Grande will go on to be a huge pop star, while Jeanette will abandon Hollywood altogether and never look back. As we may not know the exact reason for why Jeanette left Hollywood, some people have speculated that she has left due to being abused by the producer of the show, Dan Schneider. Many people think this is the reason that Dan gave Jeanette a show with Grande in a way as a bribe to keep her quiet. This didn't seem to work, as she will go on to post cryptic messages that seem to point to Dan abusing her. She will stand firm on her decision to leave Hollywood and even decided to boycott the Kid Choice Award. It's rumored that Jeanette will make efforts to even contact Grande to see if she would unite in her efforts to boycott the awards, but Grande supposedly ignored her request and still attended the event. Grande seems to have had no issues with Dan and has nothing bad to say about him, even though many other small part actors will come out to expose him. Now, I have been critically thinking about this. Why does Grande have so much respect for a man with such dark accusations by her own co-stars? This is what led me to further look into Grande to begin with. See, Grande, like many other young girls who enter Hollywood, have sold their souls to gain fame and fortune, aligning herself with the abuser and taking the oath to further the agenda. This is, in my opinion, what prevented Jeanette from further pursuing her career. The industry requires you to sacrifice yourself to them and allow them to completely own you. Jeanette will come out publicly denouncing her acting career, explaining how it left her unfulfilled. Dan was eventually let go from Nick due to the rise in allegations that he may have really been abusing these young actors. Instead of Nick investigating the matter and getting to the bottom of this, they quietly let Dan go and paid him $7 million for his contributions to the network. I show proof in many of my videos to support my reasoning on why the Freemasons play a big part in Hollywood. This would explain why Dan, instead of being punished for such despicable acts, was rewarded and allowed to escape unharmed. It's because men like Dan are protected by the organization they belong to. When I started to become aware something was off with Grande, it was in her music video for her song Break Free back in 2014. She is seen singing about breaking free as she's shown wearing a red string tied around her wrist. To the average person with no research in such topics, this seems like nothing but a red string bracelet. But this actually represents her membership to the Kabbalah Center. The Kabbalah, for those who don't know, is an ancient mystic practice that for the most part of its existence was a secret practice within Judaism for only the wisest of men. The Kabbalah would suddenly gain massive attention when many celebrities were seen wearing the red bracelets, raising suspicion of some sort of a cult. That's when celebrities came out to deny the rumors and explain that it was a religion. They even promoted the Kabbalah as the greatest religion for its concept of karma. Basically, if you do good things shall happen to you. The thing is, on further research on the Kabbalah, I found out that the Kabbalah all these celebrities at the time were joining was not the same Kabbalah from ancient time. They were joining a subgroup that was created by a Rabbi Philip Berg called the Kabbalah Center. The reason he states he made this subgroup so more people can learn the secret teachings. These secret teachings were originally intended to be only for older Jewish men who dedicated several years to Judaism. The teachings were heavily inspired by mysticism and magic, something that is not allowed in Judaism or Christianity. From what I come to understand, the Kabbalah knowledge itself wasn't supposed to be evil. It's what people could do with the knowledge that is. This is why the Kabbalah would only recruit older men who dedicated their lives to God. This was a way to protecting the sacred knowledge that they believe explained the important secrets of the world. Now, what many people don't know is that Kabbalah was in a way the original Masonry. It's even believed that the Kabbalah had a huge influence on the fundamentals of Freemasonry. Freemasonry and Kabbalah have essentially the same concept. They both are secret teachings that you must be chosen to acquire. Where the problem always arises is when people take advantage of that knowledge for self-beneficial gain. Now, Grande being part of the Kabbalah might seem like not a big deal. The thing is that the practices of the Kabbalah are forbidden by God. We're not supposed to participate in any forms of magic. Grande only became a member of the Kabbalah after becoming famous. Before this, she was a Roman Catholic. Now that we know that Grande was a Catholic before becoming a Kabbalist, we can start to understand why she is singing about breaking free. She was breaking free from God's judgment and using the teachings of the Kabbalah to further enlighten herself, as her writers wanted to indicate her alliance to the agenda. These people that participate in the Kabbalah rituals essentially want the same thing that the Masons want, enlightenment. They want what Crowley once preached about, to be able to be free of God's judgment and live as gods, doing what they desire without any consequences. Now, like I said earlier in this video, Mac Miller was one of the first artists to record with Grande and helped her career. What is interesting is that Mac Miller himself had joined the Kabbalah before Grande would. They would later date from 2016 to 2018 and break up 5 months before Mac Miller would be found dead of an apparent overdose. Many people have come to believe that Mac Miller was some sort of sacrifice to further Grande's career. One reason this could be a possibility is because the Kabbalah believed in ritual practices. What makes this claim strange is that towards the end of Mac Miller's life, he would start portraying a more saddened image. This would be quite different to what Mac Miller usually was known for. Miller, who was mostly a feel-good rapper that spread good vibes, was making songs and videos contradicting the very image he came out with. Miller now looked depressed and almost as if he knew what fate he would have. The Kabbalah are heavily into ritualistic practices like the Freemasons are. So how far-fetched would it be that Miller would actually have been a sacrifice?
Let me show you something.
Motorola Razr is bringing a different perspective.
What I also found strange is that after Miller's death, Grande's career just continued to ascend. As just 5 months after Miller's death, she would have the first 3 spots on the Billboard charts, dropping hit after hit, reaching the peak of her career, being named the queen of the Billboard charts. What I also found strange was an incident that happened during one of Grande's largest performances. As Grande will finish up her performance and her fans will begin to start to exit the arena, explosions began to occur. This will sadly take the lives of 23 people and injure 1,017 people. What is interesting about this is in the biblical text, it is believed that the number 23 is considered the number of death and the number of Satan. This also happens to be a year before she would end up breaking up with Miller. All this might just seem coincidental, but in reality, it's much deeper than that. I might not be able to 100% determine if Grande really has something to do with Mac Miller's death or the incident at her show, but I feel without a shadow of a doubt that Grande has taken the oath like many other stars before her and after her. She is willing to destroy the morals of the masses for her financial gain. She is being used to push a satanic agenda. Grande music promotes the very message they have been trying to instill in our society from day one, to do what thou wilt. With Grande, they have been able to get them young, converting her young fans from Victorious over to her music career. They managed to convince the public that Grande is a clean-cut pop star because of her start at Nickelodeon, giving parents the false security of a good role model that they could allow their children to listen to. The industry loves to present these stars in this manner. The reason they do this is simple. They want young females to inspire to be like these women, and they want the parents not to question these stars. That's why often they try to cast the most innocent-looking children to play lead roles in their biggest shows. They manage to gain a huge child audience who build an attachment to the star. As these fans start to get older, the stars are instructed to act edgy and change their image. This way, The stars they make can influence these young children through all stages of their lives. Grande is guilty of this very thing, as she slowly revealed her image, which looks nothing like when she started. Just like many, if not all mainstream female artists, Grande promotes the same satanic values. Ariana Grande was willing to do anything to achieve her goal of being a superstar. She was willing to bend and be molded to a specific image so she may be used to further manipulate the masses. We must remember not to allow these people to manipulate us into our own damnation. We must stay aware of these messages they choose to promote through these celebrities. Thank you for watching this episode of The Truth Is. I would like to give a special thank you to these month's Patreons. Hey guys, I hope all is well. Thank you for joining me for this Truth Talk video. In today's episode, we'll be talking about Snoop Dogg. But before we begin, I just wanted to remind you guys that if you would like to further support the channel, join the Truth Movement. I have launched the Truth Movement on YouTube because I am trying to raise enough money to get Truth Records off the ground and releasing music this year. On this channel, we often talk about the problem the music industry is causing. Now, I would like to try my best to offer a solution by pushing positive music through Truth Records. The same way they use music to destroy us, we will use it to save our people. So if you would like to further support the channel and get some cool perks along with it, join the Truth Movement by hitting the join button below or by clicking the link in the description. Thank you all. Now let's get right into it. Snoop Dogg is considered one of the legends in hip-hop, and with a career that spans over 30 years, it's hard to deny. I can confidently say that Snoop Dogg is the most recognizable face in all of hip-hop. He has managed to still be involved in 3 different decades of hip-hop culture. This alone should prove that Snoop Dogg is a part of the chosen few in hip-hop royalty. The thing is, we already know that in order to be at the level Snoop Dogg is on, sacrifices have to be made, and this is exactly what I believe Snoop Dogg did. After further researching Snoop Dogg, I have come to believe that Snoop Dogg sold his soul, took the Masonic oath, and is being used to spread the Masonic agenda. The reason I have come to this conclusion is no other than Snoop Dogg himself, as he has openly admitted this in his past. The majority of Snoop Dogg's music career was in the 90s and the 2000s. In those times, spotting Masonic symbolism was hard, as the symbolism wasn't as blatant, instead much more subtle and hard to see. For some reason, that was never the case with Snoop Dogg, as it was always clear to me that Snoop Dogg sold his soul for fame and fortune. By the end of this video, you will see that Snoop Dogg openly shows the world that he took the oath many years ago and has been serving Lucifer since. There was always something about Snoop Dogg's image that always appeared dark to me as a child. As an adult, it's obvious that Snoop is a Masonic puppet, like the rest of those chosen to be superstars in the industry.
January 30th, Masonic Temple. Big Snoop Dogg. I want my homeboy Young Shoebox Money, Calico, Trick. Y'all come on out and support this, man. Come get on stage and do y'all thing with the big boss dog. Detroit, here we come. So Detroit, January 30th, Masonic Temple. Big Snoop Dogg.
Somehow, Snoop has managed to stay influential all these years, pushing the Masonic agenda for generations. We can see Snoop Dogg being used to push the new Masonic metaverse with his Meta World and NFT drops. The strategy the Masons are using to convince people to join their metaverse is obvious. Make the celebrities influence people into joining their digital world by making it more appealing and cool. For centuries, the Masons have used celebrities to shape people's public opinion. This is why they make these people famous to begin with. We can see this strategy in full motion with Snoop Dogg, as his goal is to bring his demographic of fans into the metaverse. We can closely see how they're using Snoop Dogg for their agenda. There are many examples of Snoop Dogg being used to push the metaverse, like when Snoop Dogg announced that he bought Death Row Records and that he was turning the label into an NFT label. He also shot an entire music video in the metaverse, once again making the metaverse look more appealing to his fans. We also saw Snoop create his own sandbox meta world and was selling land within it, with one of his fans allegedly paying $450,000 to be his digital neighbor. Snoop even did a virtual concert in the metaverse, inviting his fans to join him live. It's not hard to see that they're using Snoop to bring people into this metaverse, specifically people he has influence over, such as the older generations. In my opinion, I don't think Snoop would even be involved in the metaverse if it wasn't what he was being used for. I believe Snoop is trapped in his deal with the devil for the rest of his life and is forced to forever serve him. As we are going to see in this video, Snoop Dogg appeared to have made a deal for his eternal soul in order to make it in the music industry. In Snoop Dogg's song Murder Was the Case, he raps about selling his soul for fame and fortune. Combined with the music video released for this song, you can clearly get the picture of how Snoop Dogg made it in the industry. In the lyrics of the song, we can openly hear Snoop Dogg breaking down exactly how his deal with the devil went. In the first verse of the song, Snoop Dogg raps about how the devil approached him. He raps, "As I look up at the sky, my mind starts tripping. A tear drops my eye. My body temperature falls. I'm shaking and they breaking, trying to save the dog, pumping on my chest and I'm screaming. I stop breathing. Damn, I see demons. Dear God, I wonder can you save me? I think it's too late for praying." A voice spoke to me and it slowly started saying, "Bring your lifestyle to me, I'll make it better. How long would I live? Eternal life and forever. And will I be the G that I was? I'll make your life better than you can imagine or even dreamed of. So relax your soul. Let me take control. Close your eyes, my son. My eyes are closed." As you can see, Snoop Dogg openly admits that Lucifer approached him and offered him eternal life and forever. He even promises Snoop Dogg to make his life better than he can ever dream of. All he wanted was his soul and to take control of him. Open as day, all the way in the 90s, Snoop Dogg told the world in the lyrics of his song that he sold his soul to the devil for his fame and fortune. There are two very important lines in the first verse. The first one is when Snoop asked the devil how long would he live, and Lucifer responded eternal life and forever. Obviously, Lucifer cannot grant anybody actual eternal life, but he can grant you eternal admiration on earth. When Snoop passes away, his name and legacy will live on until the end of days. This is what Lucifer offers, not actual eternal life. The second important line was when Lucifer told Snoop Dogg to bring his lifestyle to him, he'll make it better. These lyrics represent Snoop Dogg allowing Lucifer to influence his lifestyle with the occult. This is why he ends the verse by saying, "Let him take control." It can't get more obvious than this. On the second verse, he raps about the devil making his dreams come true and him having all the money, how he can now have all his desires. He raps, and everything that he said came to reality, living like a baller low, having money and blowing. I bought my mama a Benz and I bought my boo-boo a Jag. Never have a want, never have a need. They say I'm greedy, but I still want more, cause my eyes want to journey some more. In this verse, Snoop Dogg openly admits to taking the deal with the devil. He raps about enjoying all the devil has given him, money, fame, and endless riches. He admits that he is greedy and has it all, but still wants more. Snoop Dogg is confessing that he wanted all Lucifer can offer. He was willing to sell his soul to become the star he is today. The music video that Snoop released for this song is just as telling. The video starts with Snoop Dogg lying on the ground. Then they show him in the hospital. The doctors that are working on him become demons as he is brought back to health. They then proceed to show Snoop Dogg laying in a hospital bed when a black crow flies in through the window and transforms into a man dressed in all black. This man is obviously supposed to represent Lucifer. We then see Lucifer begin to communicate with Snoop Dogg, offering him the world, just as he did with Jesus. After Snoop Dogg agrees to the deal, they then show Snoop Dogg recovered and enjoying the fruits of his deal. They show him in the studio recording music. They show Snoop Dogg living in a mansion with the women and all the fame and money. We only see what all this really cost him at the end of the video. By the end of the video, we see the price that Snoop paid for his deal with the devil. They show Snoop in a casket, being guarded by the devil. I believe this is referring to being forever trapped in his deal in service to Lucifer. This entire video was meant to represent Snoop Dogg's satanic rebirth, as he had to fall to be reborn through Lucifer. Even the genius explanation of the song explains this very thing, how Snoop Dogg made a deal to be reborn. Even the cover for the song shows Snoop's obituary, claiming that he passed in 1994 when he did this record. This is symbolic for his satanic rebirth, the same rebirth ritual we have seen so many do after him. We see more open Masonic imagery in Snoop Dogg's video for California Roll, featuring Pharrell Williams. The music video openly depicts the Masonic New World they are guiding us to. The video starts with a group of people being shown a film of what the future is going to be. They show flying cars flying past giant pyramids. They even show a giant floating eye of Horus, which is a known Masonic symbol. They then show Snoop Dogg and Pharrell Williams standing on top of a golden pyramid. The music video was full of Masonic imagery from beginning to end, and it clearly shows the new digital world the Masons are pushing our world into. Even in the movie role Snoop Dogg played in, they showed him playing demonic characters, specifically in his movie Bones and the movie Hood of Horror. It's clear that Snoop Dogg is a Masonic puppet who has been used for over 30 years to spread the Masonic agenda. Still to this day, he is being used for this agenda, still influencing millions and guiding them to a burning end. This is the reason Snoop Dogg is still going in the industry. The Masons know he still has influence over the culture. Snoop Dogg sold out years ago. He chose to spread destructive values to his community and eventually the world. His music promoted evil, and who knows how many people he influenced to destroy their lives and the lives of others. Rappers like Snoop Dogg act like they are a positive addition to their community, when in reality, they feed off the community, using them to get rich. These artists sign with these labels that use them to destroy their own people, and these artists don't care as long as they get what they want, riches and fame. We have to always remember why these labels build these artists to godlike levels. They want them to be worshipped. The Masons know if they control the celebrities, they control the fans. We must not allow these artists to guide us to a burning end. Well, that's it for this video. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you. The truth is, Post Malone has become one of the biggest hip-hop stars out now. Becoming an overnight star after dropping his hit song White Iverson, Post Malone has solidified his place in the music industry. But how exactly did he manage to get big so quickly? What if I told you that Post Malone took an oath in order to achieve his dreams? That he sold his soul to the devil for fame and fortune? Join me in this episode as we uncover the dark truth about Post Malone. Post Malone was born July 4th, 1995 in Syracuse, New York. He was raised by his father and his stepmother. When Post turned 9 years old, his father would eventually get a job with the Dallas Cowboys in Texas. While growing up, Post would take a liking to the guitar after learning how to play guitar from playing the video game Guitar Hero. In 2010, Post would try out for the band Crown the Empire, but was rejected after his guitar string would break during his performance. He would eventually join a heavy metal band before finding more interest in alternative music and hip-hop. When Post turned 16, he would self-produce his first mixtape, which he called Young and After Them Riches. He promoted his mixtape within his high school, where he was eventually voted most likely to become famous in his senior year. After graduating high school, Post would briefly enroll in college before dropping out to move to LA with his longtime friend Jason, who was a pro game streamer. While living in LA, he would eventually meet a couple other rappers. Together they would form a rap group. Him and a few of those rappers would end up getting a place together. This is when he was introduced to a couple producers, FKI First, Sauce Lord Rich, and Rex Kudo, who would produce Post Malone's beat for his breakout hit, White Iverson. 2 days after writing the beat, he would finally record the hit song that would forever change his life. On July 19th, Post would upload White Iverson to SoundCloud, and the rest was history. Within a month of dropping the song, he had amassed over 1 million views. Post started getting shout out from big names like Wiz Khalifa and Mac Miller.
Soon after his song acquired the million views, he would get signed to Republic Records, and he will continue to release countless hits. This is what you may already know about Post Malone, but the truth is much more sinister than this. I have come to believe that Post Malone sold his soul to the devil and has taken an oath to serve Lucifer in order to make it in the music industry. The reason I have come to this conclusion is no other than Post Malone himself. His music and videos all paints a clear picture on who Post Malone truly represents. The first thing I would like to talk about is Post Malone's live performance at the 63rd Grammy Awards. The performance clearly depicts a satanic ritual. The performance starts with 6 men dressed as demons, holding what looks like candles, surrounding Post Malone. Post starts performing the song Hollywood Bleeding, in which he starts the song by saying, "Hollywood's bleeding, vampires feeding, darkness turns to dust." I have spoken about the satanic blood rituals that Satanists perform. To me, this is clearly what he's singing about. He could be seen wearing a long black trench coat, with crosses seen all over his coat. These crosses are the same crosses used by the Knights of Templar, which many consider to be the inspiration for the original Illuminati and the Freemasons. Right when Post Malone says demons, the 6 men approach him. This performance was clearly depicting a ritual for the world to see. The Freemasons who own this world love to do this, and is clearly visible in many of their award shows. This performance to me was clearly showing us who runs the industry, and Post's song Hollywood Bleeding is clearly telling us what goes on in Hollywood. Recently, I did an episode on American Horror Story's new season, specifically episode 1 and 2, and it clearly depicted artists selling their souls and becoming vampires after doing so. Coincidentally, this is exactly what Post Malone is singing about. To me, the writers of American Horror Story were showing the world in plain sight the evils of Hollywood and the true price of fame. In the last few episodes of the show, they even clearly state that you must sell your soul to make it. Post Malone's video for Rockstar shows Post and 21 being covered in blood. To me, it's no coincidence that this would be Post's biggest record to date. In the Rockstar video, you can see Post Malone dressed in red with a snake crawling up his shoe. Like we've seen many times on this channel, they use snakes to represent Lucifer. They then flash the Masonic oak behind Post Malone several times throughout the video. You can see Post Malone, like in many of his songs and performances, throwing up satanic hand gestures. Post Malone even has Baphomet tattooed on his neck. Baphomet, for those who don't know, is a demonic figure that many occultists worship. He also has a tattoo of what seems to look like a mutilated Jesus. That to me just seems like him mocking Jesus. In my opinion, Post Malone clearly was created to serve Lucifer's agenda. He sold his soul and was used by record labels to manipulate the masses. The story of his come up that we're being fed doesn't make any sense to me. I know some of you that watch my channel are artists that have posted music on SoundCloud, and how many of your great songs make it to 1 million just like that. Post is clearly an industry plant who isn't even loyal to hip-hop. In his own words, he stated he makes some hip-hop songs, but he wasn't a hip-hop artist. Even though when he presented himself on White Iverson, he was trying to look as hip-hop as possible. He braided his hair and put on grills and tried to put on his best rapper impersonation. After watching an old video of Post Malone, it's clearly visible that his entire image was fabricated, created most likely by his record label. Even though he claims he made White Iverson before getting signed, I disagree, and I would say he most likely was already signed to Republic when the White Iverson music video was released. Post Malone clearly sold his soul, and he honors Lucifer whenever he can. For his 2019 tour, he even had a devil mascot to promote the event. As harmless as it might seem, I can assure you it's all calculated. And on this channel, we can clearly see many artists in countless videos with the same symbols. The devil owns the music industry. He uses it to manipulate the masses and blindly guides them to hell. Post Malone lyrics brainwash his listeners into adopting satanic morals. He sings about the very morals needed for a new Masonic world order. The youth idolizes their favorite rappers, hoping one day they could be just like them. They worship these rappers as literal gods. The music industry has been making Masonic false idols since its inception. Many people live blinded from the truth, but many choose to be blind. The Masons have created a world of distractions that stands in the way on why we are truly here to begin with. We must not allow these false idols to manipulate and guide us in a path of destruction. Many people comment under my videos that the devil doesn't exist. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. There's a war going on for our souls, and men like Post Malone has picked the wrong side. They chose to have their paradise on earth instead of in heaven. We must remember what agenda is being pushed by these artists. They have taken an oath to spread a satanic agenda for their love of money. Just listen to their songs and you can clearly see they all represent the same wickedness. We must remember to help those who can't see the truth, find the truth. Thank you for watching this episode. all is well. Thank you for joining me for this Truth Talk video. In today's episode, we'll be talking about the dark meaning behind Katy Perry's music video for Dark Horse. But before we get into this episode, I have a quick announcement. I will be hosting a giveaway for my subscribers when the channel reaches 100,000 subscribers. I will be giving away $50 worth of digital Amazon gift cards to 3 lucky winners. All you have to do to be a part of this giveaway is subscribe to this channel if you haven't already, and be subscribed to my second channel as well, the Truth Is second channel. When this channel hits 100K, which should be in the coming weeks, I will pick 3 winners randomly from the comment section of an upcoming video. I will also be hosting a separate giveaway for another $50 Amazon gift card for those who are following me on TikTok and Instagram. So if you want an extra chance at winning, make sure you're following me on both YouTube channels, Instagram and TikTok. Thank you all so much for supporting the channel. As we grow, I will be hosting more giveaways to give back to you guys. Now let's get right into it. Katy Perry is one of the biggest pop stars in the early 2010s, selling over 135 million records worldwide. She is clearly a big success. Just as we've seen with many of the biggest stars in the music industry, Katy had to pay a price to achieve her goal. Time and time again, we see the biggest stars show their alliance to the Masonic Order, and this is exactly what I am seeing with Katy Perry. Just like many celebrities we have covered on this channel, we can see Katy Perry proudly shows the one-eye symbolism in many occasions. In this photo, we can see Katy Perry holding an eyeball, clearly representing the all-seeing eye. Katy doesn't shy away from this one-eye symbolism, as she incorporates it into her image. We can see more one-eye symbolism in the cover for her album Witness. The cover features Katy Perry with an eye in her mouth, once again representing the all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye comes up again and again with Katy Perry, clearly indicating that she is serving the Masonic agenda. Katy Perry even has a tattoo that shows the one-eye symbolism and even a bit of Saturn worship. We have spoken about the Egyptian gods a lot on this channel, and in this video they come up a lot. We see even more one-eye symbolism in a 2017 Katy Perry performance. We can see Katy dressed in a sweater that has the all-seeing eye on it as she performs in front of a giant all-seeing eye. The whole stage was set up to look like a giant all-seeing eye, honestly. It also appears that she was wearing severed wings on her back as if she were a fallen angel. In my opinion, Katy Perry sold her soul to the devil for fame and fortune, and she aligned herself with the Masonic Order. She even confesses this in an old interview.
You released a CD like almost 10 years ago. Yeah, I mean, I released a gospel record when I was 15 because I grew up in, a household where all I ever did was listen to gospel music, and my parents are both traveling ministers, and so I sang about, what was going on in my life at 15, and that's how I got introduced to the music industry. I swear I wanted to be like the Amy Grant of music, but it didn't work out, and so I sold my soul to the devil.
As you heard for yourself, she admits that she started making gospel music, but when it did not work out for her, she sold her soul to the devil. I still don't understand how people would hear her say this and still not think nothing of it. She clear as day admitted to the world that she compromised her morals and aligned herself with Lucifer just to make it in the music industry. She knew that selling her soul would be the only way to the top, and she was willing to pay that price. In order to become as big as a star as Katy, you must align yourself with the Masonic Order and give your soul to Lucifer. Katy Perry has clearly become an occultist far from her gospel days. She is clearly spreading the Masonic agenda to her impressionable fans. She has no issue showing the world that she is indeed a Masonic puppet, especially in her music video for Dark Horse. In all my years of researching these things, I have never seen a video as Masonic as the Dark Horse music video. Dark Horse is one of Katy Perry's biggest hits to date. The music video is currently sitting on 3.2 billion views on YouTube. Right off the top, we can see more one-eye symbolism on the thumbnail of the video, openly indicating to her fans that this video will be more Masonic programming. In the video, we see an all-out display of Masonic imagery throughout the entire video. In the song, Katy Perry makes it apparent that she is an occultist who practices dark magic. In the lyrics, she clearly tells her fans that she is a witch as she sings, "So you want to play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. Baby, do you dare to do this? 'Cause I'm coming at you like a dark horse." In this video, we can see exactly who Katy Perry is representing, the Egyptian goddess Bastet, just like we saw in Doja Cat's music video for her song You're Right that featured no other than The Weeknd. Both Katy Perry and Doja Cat are both depicting themselves as the goddess Bastet. I believe, just like Crowley, some of these occultists might still be in contact with these deities and are being manipulated by them to this day. The very same Egyptian gods that Aleister Crowley claimed he was in contact with and instructed him to write the Book of the Law. We have seen it so many times on this channel. The Masons, for a reason, has chosen to continue Egyptian pagan worship as they align themselves with these Egyptian gods. I believe the reason for this, like I've stated many times on this channel, is that the Egyptian gods were actually the fallen angels that were casted out of heaven with Lucifer. I have seen a few of you guys in the comments disagree with me and requesting that I take a further look into the Egyptian gods because you feel like my take on them is wrong. If you guys would like to see a full video where I explain why I believe the Egyptian gods that Crowley and the Romans used to worship are the fallen angels who fooled the people into thinking that they were gods, comment Egyptian gods below. The video starts in Egypt with Katy Perry surrounded by women with cat heads, showing an alliance to the cat goddess Bastia. They then show those same cats worshipping Katy, clearly indicating that she is representing Bastia. Straight off the top, we see tons of open one-eye symbolism. The first man they show as an offering to Katy was a man wearing an eye patch, clearly representing the one-eye symbolism. He gives Katy a diamond, and we can see Katy put the eye of Horus over half of her face, once again openly showing the world her Masonic alliance. There's another scene that once again clearly shows that Katy Perry is representing Bastia, as she is on a statue being held by the rest of the Egyptian gods. This is representing that she herself is an Egyptian goddess in this video. We can see the now famous serpent slithering all over the gods. This to me represents the Egyptian gods' connection with Lucifer. We always see these artists incorporate the serpent in their video in one way or another. We also have to talk about Juicy J, as in this video, he again clearly indicates that he is a Freemason. When the music video shows Juicy J, they show him appearing out of a tomb, similar to the Freemasons when they're initiated into the Masonic order. This to me clearly proves that Juicy J is a Masonic puppet. By the end of the video, they show Katy Perry on top of a pyramid, spreading her wings again, another nod to Bastet, and to me, further proving that Bastet is a fallen angel, which is now considered a demon. By the end of the video, we can see a giant pyramid as they want to make sure people get exactly what this video is about. Another thing that we need to talk about is again the same theme that we saw in many videos that we covered on this channel recently. We have seen a lot of these videos that show these female celebrities leading men to their own destruction. In this video, we saw Katy destroying all the men she came in contact with. Just like we saw Shensia luring men to hell, these videos all show these women are using their beauty against men to hypnotize them and lead them to a burning end. If you guys saw my video on award shows, then you know that Katy Perry performed her song for Dark Horse at the Grammys. In that performance, we again saw her depict herself as an occultist who practices dark magic. We even heard Juicy J tell the crowd that she was putting them under a spell. They showed demonic figures in the background while Katy Perry performed her enchanting song. By the end, the stage was in flames as we saw Katy holding a witch's broom. To me, this is an open and shut case. She admitted to selling herself, and she shows all her fans that she is a Masonic puppet. As we always see on this channel, the Masons have their hands in everything that reaches the masses. I have always said, if you choose to listen to these artists, make sure that you don't allow them to manipulate your mind and guide you to a burning end. Many people are blind, manipulated, and in a trance. They need to be woken up. We must help those who can't see the truth find the truth. Well, that's it for this video. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. For joining me in this Truth Talk video. In today's episode, we'll be talking about Kim Kardashian scamming her fans out of their money. Let's get right into it. Kim Kardashian, alongside of Floyd Mayweather and Paul Pierce, are being sued in a class action lawsuit for scamming their fans out of their hard-earned money. Kim, Floyd, and Pierce are all being accused of participating in the pump and dump scam, where they allegedly illegally promoted a crypto company by the name of Ethereum Max. For those who don't know what a pump and dump scam is, let me do my best to explain it to you. A pump and dump scam is essentially when a crypto company secretly does a deal with a celebrity or influencer to promote their cryptocurrency to their fans. They essentially give the celebrity large amounts of their crypto for free and tell the celebrities to promote the company and convince their fans to invest in it. The crypto has no worth as it has no real investors yet, but the companies tell the celebrities to tell their fans that the crypto is the next big thing. This way, fans of the celebrities will have the urge to invest into the worthless company. The moment fans start buying the crypto, the value of the crypto starts to go up. Then the celebrities sell all their crypto for huge profits, causing a massive drop in the value, leaving investors losing all their money. Kim Kardashian posted about Ethereum Max on her Instagram story, where she can be seen promoting the company. In the story post, she could be seen advising her fans to check out the company, even directly linking the crypto site to her post. Kim has over 280 million followers on Instagram, essentially scamming millions. In my opinion, it's clear that Kim was promoting a company she knew had no value. She knew her fans would lose money if they invested, but all she cared about was making herself richer. It truly bothers me when celebrities take advantage of their fans. I often talk about the manipulation these celebrities have over their fans, and this is a great example of it. All Kim Kardashian has to do is make a post, and quickly her fans will do everything she tells them to do. In my opinion, she took full advantage of her fans, and she scammed them for their hard-earned money. These pump and dump scams are getting more popular with more celebrities participating in them. Some members of the FaZe Clan, a professional gaming team, has also been accused of doing this very thing, scamming their fans out of their money. Same with Little Pump, who also allegedly decided to scam the last remaining fans he had for their money. Not only younger celebrities and influencers, but some rap legends are also being accused of doing the same thing. Recently, T.I. was also being sued for allegedly participating in a pump and dump scam where he also scammed his fans. The same could be said for 50 Cent, who also allegedly decided to scam his fans out of their money. These celebrities and influencers are showing us their true colors. They do not care about the people that love them so much. They do not care if they invest their money and lose it all, as long as they can make more money and become richer. People need to understand, celebrities are only used to take our money, never to make us any. These companies are using celebrities because they know they have no issues with selling out their people. Kim, Floyd, and 50 Cent are all very rich people who have no need to be stealing from their fans, but greed is the only reason I can see them doing this. Unfortunately, we live in a world where evil is allowed to flourish. These celebrities are allowed to abuse their power and take advantage of their fans, and they do it all the time. Celebrities often show that they're willing to sacrifice their fans for the self-beneficial gain. We have seen many times before, celebrities sell themselves to whichever company pays the most to promote whatever they need them to promote. But this is a new law, as they're knowingly choosing to scam their very own fans. Many people have become rich with crypto, but many have lost it all as well. This is because many people don't really understand how crypto truly works. Most people tend to go off what they're told, and this leaves them as open targets to be scammed. Like I said before, I strongly believe cryptocurrency was created by the Freemasons to play as the one world currency. No one to this day knows who truly created Bitcoin, the first cryptocurrency to ever exist. I believe it was the Masons, as the New World Order is finally approaching. A one world currency has been part of the New World Order plans from the start, and it seems to me that the Masons always knew their new world would be a digital one that would need a digital currency. I strongly feel that I should make a full video on the dark truth about crypto. Let me know if you guys would like to see that in the comments. Like I've said many times on this channel, we should not idolize these celebrities. We can clearly see many of them are taking advantage of those who idolize them. They have their fans hypnotized to do whatever they say. Kim Kardashian became as rich as she is by taking advantage of her fans. This isn't even the first time she scammed her fans. Back in 2010, Kim and her sisters were once again being accused of stealing from her fans, as they created a prepaid debit card that many people called the scam. The card was targeted to her largely teen audience at the time, and it had an insane fee of $100 just to own the card. The card was clearly an attempt of stealing her fans' money. Kim and her sisters quickly abandoned the project, hoping her fans would forget it ever happened. It's clear that Kim has no issue scamming her fans, as she's done it before. Most likely, Kim and Floyd would get rid of these lawsuits by settling them out of court. They would be forgiven by their fans, and nothing would happen to them for their actions. They would continue on scamming their fans and getting richer as their fans become poor. Like I've always said, we must remember not to idolize these celebrities. Most of them have proven they don't mind sacrificing those that idolize them for their self-beneficial gain. The next time you guys see a celebrity or an influencer trying to give you financial advice through an Instagram post, make sure you think twice before taking it. They might just be trying to rob you. Let's be honest here. They most likely are trying to rob you. Don't be a target for a greedy celebrity. Well, that's it for this video. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Meg Thee Stallion has managed to reach the top of the music industry. She has been able to pump out hit after hit, earning herself a loyal fan base. But what if I told you that Meg is serving a sinister agenda, that she sold out and was willing to do anything to taste fame? Join me in this episode as we uncover the dark truth about Megan Thee Stallion. Meg was born February 15, 1985 in San Antonio, Texas. Her mother moved to Houston soon after her birth. She was primarily raised by her mother while her father spent the first 8 years of her life in prison. She would be raised in the South Park neighborhood in Houston. Meg's mother was an inspiring rapper, and she would bring Meg with her to the studio when she was a little girl. When she turned 14, her mom would move again, this time to Pearland, Texas. This is around the same time she would start rapping. Meg attended Pearland High School, and in her freshman year, she would lose her father. By the time Meg was 16, she would start writing her own songs, and her mother told her she didn't want her to start rapping until she was at least 21. Her mother even told Meg that her lyrics were too explicit for her age. In 2013, while Meg was in college, she would battle rap one of her schoolmates. It would be recorded and uploaded online. This video would end up going viral, helping Meg build an online presence. Meg will start posting freestyle videos on Instagram, which will help build her fan base. In 2016, she would release her first song, Like a Stallion, that she paired with her first mixtape, Rich Ratchet. She would release her second mixtape, Megan Mix, in 2017. She would drop her EP, Make It Hot, in the same year, which had her semi-successful song, Last Week in Houston. The song would get a couple million views on YouTube and SoundCloud. At the beginning of 2018, she would meet T. Ferris, who would introduce her to his business partner, Carl Crawford, a former MLB baseball player. They would quickly sign her to their record label, 1501 Certified Entertainment. The label quickly pulled a few strings and got Meg on South by Southwest in March of 2018. In June, she would release a 10-song mixtape named Tina Snow, which would be her first project under a record label. In November, 1501 and Meg had partnered with 300 Records, signing her to a major deal. The label quickly pulled strings to get her on Iggy Azalea's tour, but it ended up canceled. On January 22, 2019, she would release her hit single, Big Ol' Freak, and the rest was history. This song took her to the mainstream, being her first song to enter the Billboard Hot 100, entering at 99 and peaking at 65. After releasing this song, Meg was everywhere and quickly became the star she is today. This is what you may already know about Meg Thee Stallion, but the truth is much more sinister than this. I have come to believe that Meg Thee Stallion sold her soul to the devil and is serving a Masonic agenda. The reason I have come to this conclusion is no other than Meg Thee Stallion herself. Her music and videos paints a clear picture on what she represents. The record labels are using Meg to spread a message that will destroy the morals of her young female fans. They paint Meg as a beautiful, wealthy, independent woman who isn't afraid of using her looks to get what she wants. Then they have Meg tell her fans to not commit to a relationship, to sleep around, and to be a thought. These young, impressionable fans look up to Meg and see her as a role model. They hope that one day they can look just like her and live just like her. The record labels know this and are actually counting on it. They want to use Meg to program young girls into behaving exactly how they need them to for their new Masonic world. They use women like Meg as a mold, shoving them in the faces of young women and men. Women like Meg are being used to confuse young women on what an independent woman is. Meg tells her fans to use their bodies to get what they want instead of using their brains or to work hard to get what they want. She tells her fans that sleeping around is true independence, not being in a committed relationship where you can love and build with someone. She teaches her fans to refer to themselves and to represent themselves as thoughts, instead of telling her fans to respect themselves and honor their parents. Meg is purposely telling her young female fans to do the exact thing that would keep them dependent on a man and on a destructive path. Just think about this. How is using your looks to manipulate men to give you what you want being independent? When Meg dropped the song Hot Girl Summer, young women were quickly manipulated. She was telling her fans to sleep with as many men as they wanted, to be free from judgment, to dress and act as recklessly as they desired. The truth is, this is just Meg's agenda set by her record label, and her record label is ran by Freemasons. These are Masonic values that are needed for their new Masonic world. Meg knows what a real independent woman is, because she was on her way to becoming one herself. Meg is pursuing a degree in health administration. She knows her true value and is not being underdressed and spreading destruction in every single one of her videos. Meg sold out and knows that she is causing severe damage to her young fans' morals. but she chose to serve an agenda in order to achieve her dreams and have the life she wants. Many people on the internet, including a former NFL player, have speculated that Meg sold her soul to the devil and sacrificed her mother. Her mother happened to pass right as her career started to really take off from complications of a brain tumor. She dropped the song Hot Girl Summer, which was her mainstream breakout hit, and was then signed to Roc Nation just a few months later. Her mother also was her manager, similar to what we saw with Kanye West when he signed to Def Jam. If you were to ask me what I believe, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with the rumors. Jay-Z is a Satanist and a Freemason. We already know what artists must do to get his attention. Some of these artists are willing to do anything to get what they desire, even if it requires a blood sacrifice. What I also found interesting was the Tory and Meg situation. As most of us know, Meg accused Tory of letting off shots at her, which struck her in the foot. Meg was taken to the hospital, where she quickly recovered. At first, she wouldn't say what happened, but after a couple weeks, she came out to blame Tory. Tory quickly denied the allegations and said this was just Roc Nation attempting to come after him. Tory points out several inconsistencies in her story, one being her suffering no real injuries from what should have definitely had long-lasting effects. He also points out to Meg stating that she was walking away with her back turned from him when she claims she saw Tory do it, which is impossible. Tory even came out to say that Roc Nation was trying to silence him. What I believe could have happened was that Tory most likely pissed off some big music execs when he decided to go independent. See, Tory was signed to Interscope, and Interscope is owned by UMG, Universal Music Group. UMG also owns Roc Nation as well. These record labels don't like when their artists leave the label while they're still hot. They prefer if the artist left when they have already made them as much money as possible and are falling off. Tory's career was still doing pretty well until the whole Meg thing. After what happened with Meg, they quickly turned the mainstream media against him. They used Meg to get to him in hopes of forcing him to come crawling back. Record label execs have done evil things to keep artists in contracts since the beginning of the music industry. If you would like to see a full video on how record labels have done shady things to keep artists online, comment record labels below. If 300 people comment record label, the next video will be about that. Meg clearly sold out and was willing to spread destructive morals to her fans. She was willing to do whatever it took to live the life she wanted, disregarding the consequences. She knew what a true independent woman was, but decided to disregard this and teach her fans how to be morally free instead. In her song WAP, you can clearly see Freemasonic symbols plastered all around the video, from snakes to checkerboard floors. This video shows a host of female celebrities that all represent the same side of the coin. They want us to know that they are all part of the same agenda. This is why all the successful female rap artists and singers sing about the same thing, their beauty, and using it to get what they want. As we listen to these artists, we must remember what agenda they represent, what their true purpose is. They have been built up by these record labels to manipulate the minds of the youth. They want the women to act exactly how Meg acts. They know if they make Meg's life look desirable, then young girls will want to be just like her. What they don't show is the true consequences that living like Meg brings. Women that get what they want from men using their looks eventually end up with nothing. As they age, they become less and less attractive to men that are only attracted to young-looking girls because that's what they were programmed to do. Now these women have no one to give them money, no one who actually loves them, and they tend to spend the rest of their lives not how they expected. We must not let women like Meg manipulate us. We must remember that artists like Meg represent an agenda that was created for the destruction of our morals. Artists like Meg sold out and are willing to continue to spread destruction as she lives the life she dreamed of. We must remember what is at stake. They want to guide us on a path of destruction that would cost us our souls. We must not allow them to have our souls. We must remember to help those who can't see the truth, find the truth. Thank you for watching this episode of The Truth Is. I just biggest female rappers out now. bursting into the scene after releasing Bodak Yellow back in 2017, which would go on to become an instant hit, making Cardi B an overnight star. But how exactly did Cardi B manage to go from working as a dancer to being the worldwide celebrity she is today? She was willing to do anything and everything to make her dreams a reality. She was even willing to sell her soul and take the Masonic oath to spread the satanic agenda to corrupt the masses. Join me in this episode as we uncover the dark truth about Cardi B. Cardi B was born October 11, 1992, in the Washington Heights side of Manhattan, New York. She was raised actually in the same neighborhood I grew up in the Highbridge area of the Bronx. From personal experience of growing up in Highbridge, I can confirm that her upbringing wasn't easy. Tons of crime and drugs litters that area of the Bronx to this day. Cardi was a troubled teen getting into fights at school often. She would join the Bloods at age 16 and get kicked out of her house by her mom because of her behavior. She would then move in with her boyfriend at the time, who Cardi claims used to abuse her. She started working at a deli so that she can make some money and help with the bills. She would eventually get fired from the deli. The manager from the deli suggested that she should become a dancer at the Gentlemen's Club across the street. Cardi ended up seriously considering the idea because of her situation at the time. She wanted to make enough money to be able to leave her boyfriend's house that wouldn't stop abusing her. Cardi ended up taking the advice and got hired by the Gentlemen's Club, where she states she made good money and was able to leave her abusive boyfriend. This is around the same time she would start posting on Vine, back when it was popular and managed to go viral due to her humor. Off of her rising fame from Vine, she managed to get attention from a producer over at VH1 and got a role on Love and Hip Hop, where they documented her rise to fame. This is around the time she would take an interest in making music, with Love and Hip Hop season 6 and 7 being about Cardi's music career. She would eventually go on to leave the show so that she may focus more on her music. On November 2015, Cardi would start dropping songs. She followed this by dropping a full mixtape the following year, and continued by dropping more the coming years. She would continue making music and pursuing acting roles. It wasn't until 2017 that she finally got signed to a major record deal, being Atlantic Records. The label quickly pulled strings and got Cardi on tour, opening for Remy Ma and Lil' Kim. She would continue to build her musical catalog and gain respect from her peers. By 2017, Cardi B's record label would release her debut single under a major label, Bodak Yellow. She premiered it on Jimmy Kimmel Live, and the rest was history. Bodak Yellow hit the #1 spot as a solo female artist, something that hasn't been achieved since Lauryn Hill. She would go on to star in movies and get plaques on top of plaques. This is what you may already know about Cardi B, but the truth is much more sinister than this. What if I told you that Cardi B sold her soul to the devil and was willing to take the oath in order to further her career and make it as an artist? The reason I have come to this conclusion is due to the message and the symbolism in the core of her music. Cardi B is being used to destroy the morals of young women and manipulate them into accepting satanic morals. In order to understand my point, we must first identify what is Cardi B's purpose in furthering the agenda. She is being used to overly sexualize her fans. They use songs like WAP and UP to essentially manipulate women to be free to do as they please with their bodies, when in reality it's to corrupt their morals into participating into a new satanic world. Who else is better for the job than a former dancer who was willing to do just about anything for money? Cardi B has been open about her past as a dancer, admitting to all the things she had done to get where she is. The thing is, most of the things she's admitted to doing weren't morally the best. Instead of feeling ashamed of her past and advising her fans to stay away from such a life, she promotes it and glamorizes it to her young fans. Cardi B was willing to sell her soul the moment she was willing to do anything for money and fame, even if it went against her morals. She had no trouble embracing evil in order to achieve her goals. This is the very message she promotes to her fans. The first thing we need to talk about is her influence that she spreads through her music. In almost every Cardi B song, there contains explicit lyrics that read out more like directions for women than actual song lyrics. For example, in the song WAP, the lyrics are basically describing an adult film scene. She's manipulating her fans into adopting satanic morals, convincing them that this is what they should be seeking.
See, Cardi B has accepted her fate many years ago when she decided to do the things she did while working in those gentlemen clubs. She is making the best of it by selling out and following Lucifer. Cardi B is just like many other artists in the industry who preach self-worship to her fans through her music. She advises her fans to do whatever they desire and never to worry about the consequences. This is the same philosophy spread by Aleister Crowley and the Freemasons. The Freemasons' goal is simple. They want to build a world under one government ruled under the law of Lucifer. Lucifer's one and only rule is to do what you please. It has been his philosophy since the start. He wanted a world where sin would rule. Lucifer used people like Cardi B who are willing to do anything to achieve their dreams to play out this demonic plan. I would like to talk about Cardi B's video for Barty or Cardi with 21 Savage as it clearly depicts her purpose. In the lyrics, she's expressing how she has your girl on Molly, how she has your girl naked, and how she has your girl out partying. In this video, she's shown on a TV screen as many women watch and men stare. She is manipulating women into following her agenda. This is why she is stating this. She is letting you know that she is influencing women into following her satanic ways. The next thing I would like to talk about is Cardi B and OnlyFans. Cardi B, being a former dancer, had no issue jumping on OnlyFans and inviting her fans to join her. See, like I said earlier in this video, Cardi has never had an issue with selling out for money. It has been her motto. She advises her fans to do the same. So when OnlyFans became popular, it only made sense for her to jump on the platform and promote her fans so that she can make more money. Cardi was already rich, but she decided long ago that she wanted all the money she can get, no matter the consequences, not worried on the influence it may have on her younger audience. OnlyFans has become a problem for many young women. Many 18-year-old girls are following women like Cardi B into selling themselves on the internet, convincing young women that OnlyFans is an honorable way to earn a living. If you haven't seen my video on the dark truth about women and OnlyFans, and you would like to see it, I will leave a link to the video in the description. Cardi used her platform to influence her fans into participating into this destructive lifestyle. This leads me to my next point. Cardi herself admits her music is a bad influence. As a video was making its way around Instagram where it shows her singing along to her song WAP, when her daughter walks in and she immediately shuts it off and tells her to leave the room. People criticize her, asking her, why isn't it okay for her child to listen, but other children can? Cardi quickly defended herself by establishing that she makes music for adults, not for children to hear, implying that she would be a bad parent to let her daughter listen to her music. The reality is, hip-hop's core demographic is teens and young adults. And to even make things worse, her song WAP was on TikTok, which is a platform mainly designed for children. The song even became a challenge, having children of all ages participating in it. Cardi B's record label had to approve the song being on TikTok as well. She knows what message is instilled in her records, what influence it could have on the mind. That's why she doesn't want her child listening to her music, not even for a second. But she counts on your children to listen to her music and worship her. Another thing I would like to talk about is Azalea Banks accusing Cardi B and her grandmother of witchcraft. Azalea posted some tweets on Twitter where she accused Cardi B and her grandmother of performing a demonic spell on Nicki Minaj that would allow Cardi B to take Nicki's place. As far-fetched as this might sound, I wouldn't completely brush it off, as this is coming from Azalea Banks herself, who does witchcraft. Maybe she can see something we can't. Cardi B and Nicki Minaj almost seems to have issues for no purpose, almost like Cardi B was designed to be Nicki's nemesis. What's strange is when Cardi B's career was at its biggest height, Nicki Minaj announced she was retiring. People were starting to say that Cardi B was applying a lot of pressure to Nicki, and that's the reason she left. Lastly, I would like to talk about her video for Be Careful. This video symbolically shows her acceptance of the satanic oath and her rebirth, as the video starts with Cardi dressed in white as she is about to get married. This is supposed to represent her purity. Closer to the end of the video, they showed her dressed in all black at her would-be husband's funeral. This is the rebirth after death scene. Cardi B clearly chose the side she wanted to be on years ago. She knew that the path she took required her to have to make decisions that were directly going against God and her morals. As you listen to these artists' music, I would advise you not to let them manipulate you. Don't let the music guide you into the wrong direction. They have a sinister goal behind the music videos and lyrics. Don't let the message consume you. Thank you for watching this episode of The Truth Is.
I'll be back. Hold on. Okay. I'm back, and I better ever start for coughing earlier, everybody. I had to take some stuff out of my nose. My nose was bothering me since yesterday, so I'm fine. What did I tell y'all to last time to block each other in the comment section? I told y'all this. Y'all still don't block each other. You still don't block each other. You still keep doing the same thing. Larry, block Umbrella. Umbrella, block Larry for the last time. Block each other. How many times I keep telling y'all this? Block each other. There's a block button on that person's name. Just block each other, and that's the end of it. But it's so hard to do. Block each other. Now, Umbrella, you said you wanted to come up here earlier. Well, I'm allowing you to come up here, but I told y'all last time of my last stream to block each other in the comment section. I told y'all this, and you still don't do it. You still do not block each other. I mean, because like what I'm seeing right now is like this. It seems like that y'all want to keep the mess going. It's like y'all can't comprehend to just block each other. It's like you see this person you don't like the alone, block each other in the comment section. It's like y'all can't seem to do that at all. It's like y'all refuse to. It's like y'all refuse to. So now don't tell me to block that individual when y'all the ones are not blocking each other. What is so hard to block each other? What is so difficult? Y'all choose to make it difficult because you don't want to. Because y'all want to keep it going. And that's the problem. Y'all two refuse to block each other and move on. So like I said before, both y'all acting like teenagers. And I'm saying yes, baby, yes, or brother, you act like the teenager of all of them. Sorry of this whole situation, but Larry, you keep on responding instead of you just blocking the individual like I told you last time. For both of y'all in the comment section to block each other so you don't see each other's comments. What do y'all do? You don't do it. You don't do it. You don't block each other at all. Instead, you keep the mess going. So actually, y'all don't like to keep the mess going to each other instead of you blocking each other. What is so hard about blocking each other? What is so hard to do? It's not difficult to do. Why are y'all not blocking each other? Nope, they're not gonna say nothing. They're not gonna say anything because what I'm saying is true. Is that all they sit there and do is back and forth. Instead of just blocking each other, no, they just keep on and on. I told them last time, it's like they don't comprehend or they just don't listen. That's the problem. You, brother, you shouldn't be going at Larry at all. Larry, you should have just blocked him in the comment section. You both got mods, so why the hell is it you just don't block each other in the comments? What is so hard to do? It's not difficult to do. You just choose not to do it. Y'all choose not to block each other because you like conflict. You like conflict. And I can clearly see it. Y'all two like conflict. You do. Instead of you just block each other and moving on, you just keep doing it. But I'm going to say shalom later. I'm going to end this. I'm not going to tell you two again to block each other. I don't know what's so hard about not blocking each other in the comment section. I don't get what's so hard to do. It's not hard to do. Y'all choose not to. You choose not to. That's all to it. So to everybody who came to my stream, in the comment section, my apologies, Aqueous. You know, like I said, my nose was constantly running too much, so I took in certain things so my nose will not continue, you know, with the same nonsense. Excuse me. Thank y'all so much for coming to this truth stream. The Exposed Celebrities. Thank you so much. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I'm not talking to anybody after my stream. No, I have things to do. I have things to do after my stream. I'm not gonna be sitting around talking behind the scenes. I got things to do. Maybe next time, second. Maybe next time, but not this time. I have things to take care of. So to Larry, to our brother, all these celebrities that I showed y'all to everybody are nothing more than sellouts to the devil. Now I'm not gonna say the DMX did not reveal himself to give his life to the Most High God, but he still sold out years ago too. To he was no longer here. All those celebrities sold out. Talk for the music industry. Oh, it's not just the music industry. Oh, trust me, it's the entertainment industry, movies and TV shows. Movies and all that stuff, but I'm gonna expose anime and video games next time. If you got an understanding of that, you can have a clear understanding of the next stuff I want to show you. So I'm gonna say shalom later. Y'all stay safe and see y'all next time.